Has it already started? Okay. Okay, I was going to say, I don't know if it's titled the same, but yeah. This is the part 2. If any of y'all got to see the part 1, I'll try to link it somehow in the comments because it's a long live and I promise you this is in there somewhere. But I'll try to put it in the comments so you'll at least get to find where the other half of this is. But we started reading or looking at American Spy Fox page. Dave started looking at it. I'd already looked at a few things on it, but he found a series of articles, like a whole series they did. And we have been playing it and stopping and talking about it for a minute, playing it, and so on, and made it through chapter 8 from what I can recall. And I need to look right now and make sure that's correct. And we were going to do a few more chapters and so on. And it's dishing out some stuff that I didn't know. It's given us a kind of a new perspective coming, like letting us see more about the Courtney stuff too. So anyway, this guy has a lot of stuff on his channel. This is just one of many things. But the dude, I don't know, I found some stuff yesterday I brought up that it looks like he's been working on a documentary, and not everyone is a huge fan, but then he has some other people that are. He looks like he's put in some decent work doing, all this background information, these interviews, whatnot. Like, I don't know. Everybody's going to have their good and bad to say, but this dude, check out his channel. I think I linked it in the last time I did it, American Spy Fox. But I need to make sure what chapter we are on, or whatever it's called. Not chapter, but I'm trying to think of the easiest way I found it yesterday. Okay, Nirvana series. Let's see. It'll show me what we've watched so far up to. What's that number? 8? No. Viewer discretion. Okay. Yeah, 8. Apparently we got through 8. Oh, wait. No, we didn't. You're right. Damn it. Damn it, Dave. You were right. I thought it was 7. I mean, I thought we had gotten through 8 already, but we were just starting it. And we were like, no, we need to stop. We need to stop. Yep. Dang, I hate it when you're right. Damn it. But you are. You need, oh crap. And I don't have a StreamYard link. Hold up. I know I've got to get you a link. I can't believe I thought I was going to just be able to magically sit here and anyway, it is for sure 7 or no, whatever you said. We didn't get through 8, but I'm getting a link. Hold on. Okay. I got someone coming to put a link up. Sorry. I should have been more prepared. I need a StreamYard link put up.
don't know.
Dave's laughing because I don't know how to do it.
I don't know.
You don't either?
No.
Are you sure? I thought we've done it before.
No, Rain's done it.
Well,
I can.
I don't know.
I don't know if I go from here and copy it.
Try it. Because I have no idea. I wonder if you can do it from my phone. I don't know.
Hopefully that does something. I don't know.
If it works. I don't know. Usually it'll give you the option to pin it and it's not, which is making me wonder. Okay, it must have worked. Okay, cool. Add stage.
Did it work?
Yes.
Did it work?
Thank you. Thank you.
We're competing now. We got like competition.
We
Have you seen what's going on?
no. What?
We got Dolly Vision. We got Queen Bee. Yeah. Let's look. Go and look at who's live right now. Who we like? What's going on right now?
Okay, hang on. You were right though about the chapter 8, whatever. So like,
was I now?
You were right.
See, my I don't know. My short term's not great, but I have this long term thing that works kind of good.
Okay, easy is live or has been live. Let's see. White Rabbit was. Gypsy looks like she was. I don't.
Shit, I forgot to hit like.
Leanie was, but I don't think she still is. What you're saying, Jimmy was? I'm getting to him.
Yeah, when I saw, he just went live. Is he not live?
Apparently, I haven't looked at his channel in a minute because it's went on to the next thing. Let me see, Dolly. Yeah, he is live on not the uncensored, but the other.
He's sucking it up. He's like freaking he's just totally draining.
Oh wait, who posted this 1 minute ago? Haters be watching us like Nelly. Okay. I just
posted what? Who did what?
No, I was reading Gypsy had just posted something and it's like the chick from the Olsen, I don't even know what it was called, Little House on the Prairie. And like the bully girl Nellie Olsen, it's like haters be watching us like Nelly, and it's got Nelly, the chick, making this face, a certain like little face, like she thought, she was better than, but she kind of wanted to be the same as all the other people. I don't know. It was a weird bully, but I want to be like you weird situation. And I don't know. It's like a meme. I guess she's being funny, but a minute ago is when she posted it. So I'm like, oh, damn. Well, we're not haters necessarily. That's got to be about somebody else.
So being that you're live at the moment and our title is exactly kind of the same as the last one.
Yeah, because I don't know how to change stuff. And I was like, baby, just don't worry about it. If you can get me back on there, I didn't.
Okay.
I can change it.
Yeah, later. Yeah.
You need to tell me what, because
we got 60 or 70 views on that one, last one. So that's pretty good. Just as to be posted up and have that there, that's actually decent.
I need to see what exactly we named it. Exactly.
It's exact. That last one was. I feel like it's exactly the same as what you have here. So basically, this is like a mirror of the title of the last one.
Oh, of the part 1. I'm gonna get the.
No. I'm saying that the last one we had. Yeah, that last one we just did.
Yeah, I'm gonna do something with that. I don't know what, but
yeah, definitely change that to something.
I mean, would you leave it since someone did get upset, or would you just private it for now?
No, I think that's part of your journey. So I mean, I think that everyone should probably, if they want to, watch it. I thought that there was a lot of great discussion there, especially when it comes to like just people trying to navigate that kind of situation. I think it's a good thing. But I think the title should be something that I don't know how you would encapsulate it as a title, but I don't know. What actually, you know what? No. This is exactly how it should be called. Is what would you do? Question mark, and let that be the title.
Okay, that's easy enough.
Facts.
What Kylie wants you to know that you need to hit the like, because I'm looking, you're the only other person, so I'm like, she's telling you.
Yeah, I forgot to do that like before I came in when I was like hitting up the hit the like, motherfuckers.
I need to hit it myself, so
I didn't hit it myself. Yeah, and you should like as many devices as you can pull. I would put it on there, because the more people that we have, like appearance wise, is being used, dude, that allows people to like feel comfortable coming in here.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's go. Okay. So we finished 8 for sure. Like I know we killed it. Whatever live we were on, or whatever video we were watching, we killed it to the end.
You were right. We got through 7 and we were about to start 8, and like you needed sleep, and
yeah,
you were gonna
we're on 8.
You were gonna try to go another, and I was like, nah, let's. So even I was like, okay, let's cut this up into little sections or something. Okay,
yeah, that would be awesome. When you can pull that off, I would totally like that live we just did, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the live before that. I would totally have taken that and strung that out as more of a saga and less of like, 12 hours, because it's really hard for people to like get into it. It's more like something that if you really wanted to watch it, they would like kind of like watch, pause, and continue kind of thing. That's what I would be doing. Right.
Yeah. Or they are going to listen and be doing other things with, going in the background. I don't know, even then, but
in my systems, in my phone and whatever, when I'm watching something like that and I cut out, when I go back to that video, it continues from where I left off. I don't know if it's like the same thing for you.
Yeah.
But yeah, I tend to like, if I can't like listen to something straight up, I'll find a way. If I really want to like hear it all, I will find a way to like hear it all.
Aw, see, Kylie said she's replaying all of what she missed. She's too sweet.
Well, good luck with that, darling.
This next one is really long. Did we know that? It's 43 minutes long.
Dude, you're killing it though. I mean, we've done like an 11. There was like an 11-hour one, and that last one was like had to be like.
No, I'm talking about each one of these things. Like the ones we did before were short, kind of. The next one.
No, I'm talking about like you like just did like we did like an 11 and then like maybe a 5, and now we're doing another one all in like a day kind of thing. Within 24 hours, we're like sucking it up.
Yeah, this one must be super special too, by the way, because it's the only one that's this long, so a lot must happen in it. But yeah, we're awesome.
Oh, you're talking about his video. I'm talking about you personally right now.
I know.
Like this is like epic for you.
Yes. And yes, we are awesome on top of that. But yeah,
there's like this is like remarkable actually.
I'm still shocked that you're hanging in, honestly, Dave.
Hey,
Oh wait, is Gypsy back? Or yeah.
What the hell? Was that a stop sign right there? That's not a high. That's a stop.
Yeah, I'm like, what?
Why? Why stop? You like we're like doing that whole like 48-hour like straight live shit.
Yeah, I wonder if she is telling us to stop. Stop now while you're ahead.
I don't know who Dave Gold is.
Oh, great! He's the
No, I'm kidding. It's not Gold, right? his last name. She spelled it wrong.
It's Grohl.
Grohl. It's a wave. Hell yeah. Let's go, baby. Thanks for being here. You're awesome.
Yeah,
you know you are. You're like,
you.
oh yeah, I'm patting myself on the back.
So what do you? Oh, so I'm thinking Gypsy may like Dave Grohl. I think she kind of likes him. I may be wrong about that.
My opinion of Dave Grohl. Decent dude. His mom's awesome. I kind of like, he's a happy-go-lucky guy. Clearly.
He's besties with my man Rick Springfield. So
yeah, he loves Courtney. They're like besties.
Yeah.
Not true.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't think they run with the same circle at all. No.
There's not many circles that run with her.
Yeah, I was gonna say like Rick Springfield, his crowd is the more Malibu. Like he even just came out with his own rum. Like he's in a more upper echelon of people versus Courtney, who I have no idea what the hell she's doing right now. I don't know if I want to know.
Yeah, no, I think that she's basically chilling with Kris Jenner at the moment.
Oh, okay. She says her husband, and she really thinks he's a talented guy. Yeah, he is.
Billy Corrigan.
Yep. Hey, he's actually in this next part, I think.
Isn't he in like
Smashing Pumpkins. Smashing Pumpkins.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah. Billy Corrigan. Okay, I got you. I thought it was like an actor that I kind of like, like a British dude. But yeah, I get you. Is that his name?
There is a somebody Corrigan that is like a news anchor or something. It is Billy.
I was thinking like yeah, I get you. I know
what you're talking about. There is somebody.
No, I don't think you do. I mean, I'm thinking like a movie that you haven't watched because it's kind of like trippy. It's a trippy one. It's called Tropical Thunder. Tropic Thunder.
Yeah, you told me about it, but I think I would hate it, even though it's got Jack Black in it.
Oh, there you go. So you know what I'm talking about. Yeah,
I love Jack Black, but I don't think I would like that movie. I don't know why.
I'm telling you, you got to expand your. You're missing out on a lot of stuff.
I tried.
I swear to God, you're not. Sometimes you have to actually like really try, and it takes an episode or two to get hooked. And once you do, I mean, it's all soap operas, and it really comes down to production and story. So I mean, just kind of like you got when like there's action, there's like fighting and shit. You got to just kind of like be a trooper, go through it.
Make your way through it.
You gotta tolerate the bullshit in order to get like the essence. And like Game of Thrones, I'm telling you, you and your daughters should start Game of Thrones and end Game of Thrones together. And you like, no matter what you like, because that's assumptions suck. When you assume, you really kind of fuck yourself,
My youngest and I watched all of the Friends episodes and are working on all of the 90210 episodes. But I don't know that we would all be able to deal with Game of Thrones, just to be honest.
Okay, did you watch Mad Men?
No.
Oh my God. You're like, so like, you're in the Stone Age.
I love some of the people in it. Like, what's her name?
Tell Christina. Me, Gypsy, you watch Mad Men. You know what Mad Men is. Tell me you do. If you
know
don't,
what it is.
Be honest if you haven't seen that. I turned my mom was the same way, right? I was like going, you have to watch this. It's epic. It has like all these seasons. It's endless. And it's like freaking, dude, oh my God.
Which I love. The chick in there, Christina Hendricks, that chick. Redhead.
Yes.
She's
big ass booby. She's a hottie.
Yeah, she's in Good Girls, which is a Netflix series that I love.
I watched it. Yeah.
Okay, my cat is named after Rio. Rio is my man. Oof.
Woof.
Mm.
I love that because that woof, right? Hold on, that woof is like you like something when it's like because it really it's called it's woof, but it really is you know what I mean? Like freaking oh my god.
It was some impure thoughts on a Sunday.
There you go, impure thoughts. Everyone has them, like your daughter says.
Gypsy will back me up probably and say you got to say he's hot. Just He's in another show that's actually really good. Graceland is what it's called, and he's like an undercover agent. Love it. I need to actually watch it again. Okay, I need to actually get focused again instead of continuing. But yeah, Mad Men. I need to watch it. Apparently,
right. This could like just be another bullshit. Right, and we don't like get super. We got to focus. Microscope. Where are we going here?
Look, Gypsy said yes, ma'am. She's talking about Rio. Yep. Okay, let's see. Oh wait, this is 6. Wait, we did 6. Why is it bringing up 6?
Again, these videos are strewn out. You got to really dig to find like the connections.
I thought I had kept. I don't know. I thought I kept it on right on that one. Here's 7. We finished.
I'm so happy she's here. I mean, you're not a Queen Bee fan, apparently. Dolly, you could be over there, but you know what they're doing, right? She's been around enough to go, oh yeah, nah, not my bag, not my bag. This is real shit right here. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah, I got a little plug on Social Blade in here. I want to show to you guys. It's about the channel before we get started. Hope you enjoy. Thank you to all the.
Let me fast forward through that, dude.
Dude, actually, I think that's got to start from the beginning.
YouTubers that you know.
No, he's trying to do like a commercial. I just zipped past him, but
I mean, it's his content. You should probably advertise whatever he wants to say. I
don't know what
part
it is.
Of like respect.
Okay, see, I really didn't know that, so that's something good for me to learn.
Here it is, ladies and gentlemen, Nirvana series number 8. Oh yeah, I got a little plug on Social Blade in here. I want to show to you guys. It's about the channel before we get started. Hope you enjoy. Thank you to all the members. Roll credits at the end. Thanks all the members. This channel would not be possible without you. For anyone who is curious about their favorite YouTubers analytics, you can go to this cool website called Social Blade and just type their username in up here.
Pause it.
Yeah, I've done mine.
Pause it.
1106 up.
Okay.
He's advertising exactly the website that what's her name was doing.
Who?
The Rose, when Rose was being interviewed.
Savage.
Savage when they were doing like looking at people creators monetary shit, right?
Yeah.
That's exactly what he's saying right here. That is the website you go to see what's happening when it comes to monetization type of shit.
And that's interesting that they would just put that out there,
Well, he's like, he found it interesting. He really explains why, and he actually like showed his own monetization when I think this video is 5 years old. We're watching this
4
way back in the day when when he was doing this. This isn't like yesterday. This shit was back in the day, and that's kind of like this is like a saga. So what we're listening to is like the past, and we're still kind of building towards the future. Like when it comes to like the whole Kurt Cobain's daughter, right? That is really never ending. So that is always gonna be like there's only 5 episodes, but guaranteed there's a 6 and a 7 and an 8. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
All right.
5,150 subscribers, 1,378,000 views. You can see that I've been doing it since March 16th, 2017. And here's what's really cool. At my subscriber count, most YouTube channels with around 5,000 subscribers are rated a C- to a C. My channel is actually rated a B. So that's pretty awesome. I'm proud of that. And as well, you can see it says I make $99 to 1.6K a month.
5 years ago.
That's it fluctuates. Obviously, if you get way more views in a particular month, this number is going to shoot up. That's what happened to me the month of December. It shot way up, but I didn't get that money because I got to pay. I got to pay for those clips I use. So being a member helps me to sustain my life. I'm not getting rich. You're literally helping me live. What really irks me, and there's one more thing I wanted to show you guys. What really irks me is when YouTubers that are making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, if not millions, are begging for those $1 donations. It's like, really? You really need that one extra dollar? If you're curious how much your favorite YouTuber is making, go to Social Blade. One more thing I'm very
eyeballs.
proud of share with you. 2 months, 7,000. 4 months, 11,000. All the way up to a year, 41,000 subscribers. And they're not always the most accurate, but I've noticed that with my channel, they've been pretty accurate. So that gives me a lot of hope. 1 year from now, I'm going to be at 52,000 subscribers. So if you want to get in on the ground level of an upcoming YouTube channel, go ahead, hit that subscribe button. If you want some extra stuff, some extra perks behind the scenes, extra content, early access, hit that join button and become a member. All right, here we go. Nirvana number 8.
And please subscribe to him. This is his content.
Yes, this is American Spy Fox Nirvana series number 8.
Stuff filled in the middle too, so you're going to want to watch so you don't miss anything that I've plugged in to where it needs to be.
Save the American icon, Tom.
Thanks, Kylie.
When rock and roll singer Kurt Cobain committed suicide, few questioned the official ruling. But private investigator Tom Grant is convinced that the truth about Cobain's death has yet to be revealed.
I don't believe Kurt Cobain committed suicide. I believe there was someone with him in that room. I believe it was someone that he knew. They were doing heroin together. I believe at a certain point, more heroin was injected into Kurt Cobain than what he wanted injected into himself.
The Kurt Cobain episode on Unsolved Mysteries first aired in February of 1997. I remember watching it come on TV and it just flooring me. I was drumming in a high school band at the time. We had learned how to play our instruments by listening to Nirvana songs. Nirvana and Green Day pretty much taught us how to play our instruments. And when we saw this on Unsolved Mysteries, we were like, there's got to be something to this. Unsolved Mysteries doesn't just air anything. There's got to be some evidence backing up this conspiracy. And you might ask, well, why wasn't it reinvestigated? Why did nothing happen? How could something like this be on such a credible crime-fighting television show and nothing come of it? And there's a simple answer for that. The Seattle Police Department has full authority over this investigation. If they say that it's shut and it doesn't need to be reopened, that it was a suicide, there's nobody who can override them unless the federal government stepped in, unless the FBI stepped in. And as far as the FBI is concerned, they got bigger fish to fry. It's going to take a Seattle police chief, someone very high up in the food chain on the Seattle Police Department, to want to really get to the heart of that case until anything happens.
This case is not going to go away. It hasn't gone away for 20 years. There will come a point where somebody's going to step in and have a conscience and do the right thing.
So that's why it's important for you and I to keep talking about this case. It might be 20, 30 years from now. Courtney Love, Callie DeWitt, Jessica Hopper, Dylan Carlson, all those people, they might be long gone before someone in that food chain on the Seattle Police Department finally steps up to the plate and says, I want to solve this case. Right now, it's all about pride. They do not want to admit that they were wrong and that there was a lot of corruption going on in the Seattle Police Department, which we will be talking about in this episode. For right now, I want to stick to the timeline when we get April 5th, 1994. So when we left off, we were on April 4th. We talked about Jessica Hopper and Callie DeWitt's conflicting stories, and we also talked about Jessica being questioned, I believe, in 2015, like 21 years later, and how she had a bit of a freak out. Let's move forward to the next day. We all know what day that is. The day Kurt Cobain dies. Whether he really did take his own life, whether you think he took his own life, whether you think someone did it, whether maybe you think it was an assisted kind of suicide, we lost the most simplistic yet genius singer-songwriter of all time, in my opinion, on April 5th, 1994. Tom Grant notes something peculiar on April 5th that doesn't prove anything, but sure raises a lot of suspicion, and that is how quiet Courtney Love is being. Over the last 2 days, April 3rd and April 4th, he had been in constant contact with Courtney Love, whether it be by phone or whether he was sitting in her hotel room at the Peninsula. Suddenly, on April 5th, not only has Courtney not contacted him, he can't even get her to return phone calls. He ends up going to her hotel room to talk with her because he can't get a hold of her. So what was Courtney doing on April the 5th, the same day that Kurt Cobain is said to have died? It's estimated that he died in the early morning, maybe sunrise. I think that's very romantic. I think a lot of people, it's like, there's even a YouTube video that was commissioned by Courtney Love, by the way, that's trying to convince you he killed himself, and it says at sunrise he had to kill himself like a vampire or something. You know what I mean?
I'm really sorry, you guys. I don't know what I could have done. Something good can come out of Kurt's death. I don't know what it is yet, but something good can. Something good can.
She actually was showing his suicide note to fans, talking to people, weeping, crying, lighting candles. It truly was one of the most extraordinary public displays of grief you will ever see in your life.
What do we know Courtney was up to that day? She sent Eric Erlandson to the Lake Washington house to look for Kurt. Now that's interesting, and this is something Tom Grant and the rest of the world, the rest of us, only find out much later. If you knew that Callie and Jessica were there, right, because Jessica doesn't leave till the 6th, Callie doesn't leave until the 7th, why would you send a third person there, right? What's the point? She tells Tom, Callie will tell me if Kurt comes around. This is where things get a little confusing. And by the way, Kristen Pfaff, Courtney's bassist, who ended up dead of a supposed drug overdose only 2 months after Kurt, the last person to see her was Eric Erlandson. Okay, so not only was Eric Erlandson present on April 5th, the day we know Kurt died, he was also present on the evening before Kristen Pfaff is found. Erlandson had dated Courtney. He was in love with Courtney. Courtney left Erlandson for Billy Corgan, who in turn left him for Kurt Cobain.
Pause.
Erlandson then becomes...
This Erlandson guy is the only guy in Hole.
Yeah.
The band Hole. So just for anyone out there that doesn't know these names, this one guy that's being spoken of right now is kind of like this tall, lurchy kind of guy in Hole.
He's like a Swedish or something. The last name, I don't know, Erlandson. It's spelled really weird. But anyway, he is super tall. And, he's matching platinum blonde hair with Courtney. So his looks actually more natural. But because he looks really like tall, pale, like very, I don't know. I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, and if you look at the pictures of him before and after Kurt, you notice a stark difference in his demeanor. You know what I'm saying?
I haven't paid attention, but I'm going to now that you said that.
And if you really oh, my cat, hold on, sorry,
It's okay.
it's like out in. So I guess you would call it like I don't know, like a triangle, about how, I think Courtney was messing with them, right? And his involvement with Kurt, and that day, night, whatever day it ended up happening, which I think it actually was later than the way that the autopsy and shit like portrayed. That bassist that came in, do you know her name?
The one that they were talking about that was also killed?
Mm-hmm.
The Christian?
She came in, she was like a kind of like a gunslinger, right? They bought her basically and brought her in, and she immediately, being like a fish in a big pond kind of thing, she knew no one. So she had her own band that was actually kind of successful. And when she moved over and like became part of Whole, she immediately kind of grasped onto this Lurch guy who we're talking about right now, who's in this subject, and became her, his girlfriend, right? And she's like,
I read where he promised her parents that he would take care of her as long as she was in LA or whatever with him.
Mm-hmm.
Because she is supposedly very close to her parents, and they were not thrilled about her joining Whole and staying out there, going on tour.
Well, the dad was like all for it, because it was like the stepping stone to being like successful,
Mm-hmm.
But it was the stepdad doing that. The mom was saying, "Don't do it, please don't do it," but she ended up going with the stepdad's opinion, right? Went there, and she kind of just like gravitated to him because he was like,
the only other guy.
He was the guy, I don't know anyone here. I'm a total stranger here. And they ended up starting to date, right? And he got obsessed, right? She's like, I'm just like trying to be comfortable. And this guy got obsessed. And like within, I don't know, man.
You gotta think about it. Kurt got obsessed with her too. She must have been pretty fucking special.
Who? Oh no. See, that's different. I think because Kurt's,
I think it's a musical thing or whatever. But I'm saying both of them were like, damn, there was something about her apparently. I don't know.
Well, yeah, no, attractive, 100%, super like skilled when it came to like just being musical, right? She just like was a master of like a lot of shit, and also was like a book reader. She's like everything you would like ask for, like for a great person, right? She's that. And so this, I don't know, this guy, I don't know, Ulrich, or I don't know, when I say Ulrich, I'm thinking of like the Metallica drummer dude, which is another dude I don't really like. I don't like that dude, but that kind of reminds me of him. It's just like kind of like, I don't know, there's something there, man. My subject, I lost my point, but there's like this, but that was the whole thing, is this bassist that came in. She came as a bassist and is super awesome when it came to like knowing music, right? That Courtney's not, and I don't think this other guy is either. But my point was, she was hooked on heroin within a week or two. So Courtney got her, gave her like the syringes and all the drugs to get hooked, and within like a heartbeat, she was hooked on heroin. Boom. That's like freaking facts. And then it was like, dude, I'm jumping ahead, but she gets away from there, quick, I'm out. Peace. And then Kurt died. And her whole leaving ended up not being a big story. And I don't know. Let's go. All right, let's go. Just like you heard me. Let's go.
Romantically involved with Kristen Pfaff, who later says that she only got with him because he was the only dude that she knew when she moved to Seattle to start playing with the band Hole, and she just felt lonely. And guess what? It's noticed by everyone in the inner circle that Kurt and Kristen Pfaff are giving each other eyes constantly. Quote from Courtney Love to Kristen Pfaff: "You fuck my guitar player, constantly make eyes at my husband, and now you're telling me how to sing. Just don't fuck with me, because you'll regret it forever." Kurt gives her one of his favorite books, his favorite book. He buys her a copy of Patrick Susskind's Perfume, gives it to her as a present. This infuriates Courtney, who knows that she will see. Kristen was a studied musician. She actually studied music. Courtney just banged on her guitar and played power chords. She basically wasn't a musician at all. That's why she was attracted to punk rock. It doesn't take a whole lot of talent if you can make a whole lot of noise. Kurt and Kristen were up here, way up here. Courtney Love's musicianship was way down here, way down there alongside Eric Erlandson. Courtney Love knew that she could never be Kristen Pfaff. I call her Pfaff, but I know it's Paff or whatever. I think Pfaff sounds cooler. And one more thing of note, even when Live Through This comes out the week after Kurt's death, all the reviews are pointed toward Kristen, saying, "Ooh, who's that new bassist? Have you heard her backup vocals? Man, she really gives a whole new sound." Their only album that really got any mainstream attention, everybody was crediting Kristen Pfaff, not Courtney Love, the singer of the band, the front woman of the band. Judging by Courtney's personality, her entire life wanting nothing more but that spotlight to be on her, what a great musician she was, that spotlight shifted a little bit to her right, to her bassist. Add to this that it was rumored that they had spent nights together at one of the cabins in Carnation, Washington. Dylan Carlson later reveals that Kurt had told him what a beautiful, talented musician that Kurt thought Kristen Pfaff was. And as we're going to learn in this episode, Dylan speaks to Courtney behind Kurt's back and even takes commands from Courtney. Now, Kurt had confided in Dylan as a friend, saying, "I've got a crush on Courtney's bassist. If she ever finds out, she'll kill me. Keep this between us." Erlandson was jealous of Kurt Cobain. Not only one woman had basically left him and ended up with Kurt, but here was a second woman leaving him, making eyes at Kurt Cobain. Eric Erlandson never stopped trying to be with Kristen. It got to the point where she literally had to tell him, "I'm quitting the band, leave me the fuck alone." Courtney Love was facing a divorce from Kurt Cobain. Not only do you have these jealousies of the two people that Eric and Courtney want to be with, don't want to be with them, they also want to be with each other. And how many times has love and money been a motive for murder? He was present at both deaths. I had my great grandmother was this crazy redneck lady from Kentucky or Virginia, I can't remember. And she lived to be almost 100 years old. And she had a saying. She was a wildcat, so keep that in mind. She said, let me try to remember. It was, "One coincidence smells fishy, two coincidences someone's getting fucked." If I had to point fingers, I would point fingers at Eric Erlandson. Kurt Cobain was a better guitarist than Eric, which is what he wanted to be. He was a better singer-songwriter. Kurt Cobain got all the women that Eric wanted, all the fame that Eric wanted. Courtney Love, Kristen, was a better guitarist, a better singer, was becoming more famous than Courtney. When their album Live Through This comes out, all the articles are starting to be written about Kristen. And guess what? Kristen's the one woman that Kurt Cobain wants. Eric and Courtney can never top Kristen and Kurt. They're never going to be better than them. They become panicked when they finally realize that these people they're obsessing over not only don't want to be with them, but want to be with each other. They realize what it's going to do to their careers and their pockets. They can no longer ride Kurt Cobain's coattails. Kristen will more than likely move beyond Courtney's stature because she can actually play guitar and she can actually sing. And it's going to make Courtney and Eric nothing but a side note in the history of rock and roll. They realize that if Kurt dies before it's publicly known that a divorce was coming, that he was moving on to another relationship, that he will die with everybody thinking he loved them and thought of them as amazing fellow musicians. Not only that, Courtney Love becomes executor of the Cobain estate because he dies before he can get to his attorney, Rosemary Carroll, and sign his new will, in which he had asked her to remove Courtney Love's name. Just a quick interjection in my own video. Now, it's common knowledge that Rosemary Carroll tells Tom Grant that Kurt had called her from Rome asking for the removal of Courtney Love from his will. But the more I dug into it, I realized that that's a false statement. I think it's something we all believe, including myself, until I was researching this video. Turns out Kurt Cobain had no will. He had never made one. Therefore, in my opinion, he wasn't planning on dying anytime soon. He was a young guy. He actually wanted Rosemary to create a will that didn't have Courtney in it to make sure she wouldn't get his stuff. His daughter would get his stuff. And there's a couple articles that I read that will be linked in the description. They may be popping up on your screen that you can read about it yourself. It's best that they just go away with everybody thinking everything was fine than for them to suffer the humiliation of that rejection. If Kurt Cobain would have publicly rejected these people, people would have forgot their names in a heartbeat. Imagine the headlines if Kurt and Courtney's divorce went through. Kristen hooks up with Kurt, and then the headlines: Kristen leaves Eric, Kurt leaves Courtney. Now they're together, this power duo of actual professional musicians. Courtney and Eric would have been a side note in the music and rock history. I don't even know if they would have made it as a side note. It would have been Kurt and Kristen. Courtney knows that by Kurt dying, she becomes the executor of the Cobain estate, which she did. She gains the publishing rights to Nirvana, and she actually ends up selling the rights after she gains them. By the way, I'm going to make a whole separate video on all the times Courtney Love has sold Kurt Cobain's likeness, sold his music. She controls DGC, right? Because now, instead of Kurt being in control of his music, Courtney's in control of his music. So DGC, David Geffen, has to kiss her ass, not Kurt's. Eric and Courtney the most, had the most to gain and the most to lose. I'm not letting these pukes off the hook. I'm just saying the two people.
This is where the investigator that she hired, who was notorious, he was like a retired LA police officer, right? Big time. And straight-laced, and he recorded everything. Now, what's happening here is because he records every conversation he has, personal, he has like a tape recorder in his pocket. He's recording you and me talking. Not only he's doing that, but he's recording every phone call. What's happening is those tapes are not valid as a prosecute. You can't prosecute because it was in California, and in California you cannot record phone calls. It's like, what is that called? The two-party thing, or
two-way consent or something.
You have to like actually tell them I'm recording you in California. So now he has like endless tapes of Courtney that are public of conversations of saying, if I get divorced, I will get nothing. Her verbally saying this. Can't use it in court, but she's saying it. And like, so he's recording all this shit. It's all out there for anyone to like look at and hear. And actually, there was something you like were talking about, like the what was it? The freaking
about the thing that guy got mailed to him. Oh no.
Yeah, but it was like you kind of like put it on like your feed where it's the autopsy information, right? Which I listened to. I listened to like the guy's take on it because it's like a PDF, and that PDF came from that investigator. He somehow got a hold of like before, like that when you posted that up, like when you're that creator, like was like going, here's the PDF, or like this is his autopsy's out, you know, whatever, you know, in public. That came from that investigator, the tape recorder guy. But it was like recording everything. That's where it came from. Where anyone right now that knows about that, sees that, it's from him. All right, let's go.
Who had the most to gain and the most to lose is Courtney and Eric. Now let's continue with the timeline because we're going to get to the motives, the evidence, the connections. We're going to get to all that. I promise you we're going to be all over the place in the next episode. I'm just trying to finish the timeline right now. So we know Courtney sends Erlandson, who's like a lovesick puppy and will do anything she says, to look for her husband that he's quite jealous over. The same day he dies. Yes, Kristen Pfaff is Kurt's admirer, and yes, I will have an episode about her. I haven't forgotten about it. I'm just trying to make sense of this day right now. Courtney sends Eric to the house, and when Tom finds out, well, why did you send Eric? She says, oh, well, it turns out Kurt had been seen at the house, but Callie never told me until April 5th. We know that Callie and Jessica had a conversation with Kurt the morning of April 2nd. Hopper never denied that. Callie will say, oh, I thought it was a dream. I was unsure if he was really in my bedroom or not, which is awful funny because he tells Dylan Carlson that he specifically remembers speaking to Kurt. When Cobain returned to his Madrona home, he found his former nanny, Michael DeWitt, whose nickname is Callie, staying there. I talked to Callie. This is a quote from Dylan Carlson. I talked to Callie, who said he had seen Kurt on Saturday, April 2nd, says Carlson, adding that DeWitt described Cobain as looking ill and acting weird, but I couldn't get a hold of him myself. So not only does Callie admit to seeing and speaking with Kurt, his senses were awake enough for him to describe Kurt as looking ill and acting weird. Yet, as we're going to find out, he goes ahead and tells everybody else as if covering for Courtney, who never told Tom Kurt was seen at the house. Oh, I didn't tell Courtney. Courtney never told you that Kurt was at the house because I never told her until the 5th. And then Courtney says, well, at that point, on the 5th, when Callie, I realized Kurt had been seen 3 days earlier and Callie never told me, I didn't trust him anymore. So I sent Eric. Supposedly Eric went to the house and Hopper's there. Callie's not there. Hopper does run into Erlandson, but no Kurt. They don't search the greenhouse. Basically, Kurt was at the house on the 2nd. Callie and Hopper claimed that they never told Courtney until the 5th. And then because they never told Courtney, Courtney claims she sent Eric there on the 5th. And this is Courtney's reasoning for sending a third party to the home to look for Kurt. Kelly DeWitt and Jessica Hopper even later claimed that on the 5th, they got into an argument with each other on whether Kurt was an apparition or not on the 2nd. Hopper saying, no, he was really there. And supposedly DeWitt saying, I thought that was a dream. I didn't know that was really him. Supposedly, guys. Seems like a whole lot of covering up to me. Very unusual. Because, as we know, Hopper has a totally different story, saying that we tried calling Courtney. Courtney was aware that he had been there, and she's never questioned. These people are never questioned. There's all these inconsistencies, all these coincidences, and the mother are never questioned. Why? We're going to get to that.
Yep.
Proceeding, I'm going to be using some clips from
Hold on a second. Gypsy, I think from just what little bit Dave and I've looked at, they don't have a great relationship. So the daughter.
Yeah, no, I don't know if we've done anything on this, but there is like a 5-part series that he's done that is really encapsulating how it was to grow up, as Kurt Cobain's daughter, after the fact. And it really is intriguing.
Yeah,
and
this
it really
guy
is an endless saga.
This guy has material for days and I don't know, years that you can continue to look into. Like, he's put a lot together on this page. But yeah, he's got a lot of stuff if you want to just kind of look at that relationship for sure.
Well, it's coming. If you don't want to do it yourself, we will do it. And the whole thing is, it is like the biggest soap opera ever. I don't know. There's like this whole, dude, I like just to like go into it, like, a little bit. Courtney loses her, because of her craziness. And dude, her in court, when she found out that happened, think about this. She has complete, at that point, control over all the money, everything. And that when you really reflect back and her sale of certain things in order to get like, personal money straight up, not documentable. I'm selling this and I'm getting that, like, rights and shit. That, think about then when she loses power over that money and she ends up, like, I don't know, going to jail, or she lost custody because of her craziness, and the power went to the daughter. So like at 16, the daughter ended up getting complete control because she got emancipated. So it's like, dude, and then, dude, it goes even crazier. So it's like, dude, this is like so crazy. It's like, oh, and you, like, everyone that like reflects on Courtney Love and all the crazy, when I see her being like nuts, like on, there was like I'm telling you, man, there was this, remember when she was like, there was a roast, right? There was a roast of someone, and she came in belligerent and acting crazy. It might have been like, dude, I can't remember exactly who it was. Who's the guy that, it was a girl. It was freaking, that couple, the one where they like have that famous video where they were like screwing and shit. This is where chat comes in.
Pamela Anderson.
Pamela Anderson. It was a roast of Pamela Anderson. She came in and acting like nuts, right? When I see that, I see, how we kind of reflect on, like, you might not have a conscience, but you're kind of like your appearance and how you act reflects what would be conscience, right? I think that her life from then on was totally like guilt. Like, if you didn't have a conscience, or you like pretended you didn't have one, you see it in her, that you see that guilt. Dude, that's what I'm saying right here. That's exactly who she is, man. So let's go.
documentary Soaked in Bleach, Montani Productions, and believe me, I have paid my dues. Keep in mind that Tom had an audio recording device in his pocket, so this isn't a script that someone wrote. These are the actual words between them, their conversations. The second thing is, Tom had been asking since day one for Courtney to pay the expenses for him to move the investigation to Seattle. After all, it's much easier to find somebody as a private investigator if you're in the same city they're in. She had denied him every single day up until the day after we know Kurt has died.
I thought that you said that you didn't want Kurt.
No, Tom.
Okay. Listen, if he's not there, then I think we need to set up a team at the Lake Washington house.
Yeah, it's a waste of time, Tom. You know what? He's not going to be there.
Is there a reason that you don't want surveillance on your house?
Yes, because we don't need it. Callie's there. He'll tell me if Kurt shows up.
So here we have a woman who's playing with her husband's money, who's a millionaire, and does not want to pay for Tom to go to the same city that they know he's in. This is something that's never happened in Tom's career, that somebody wanted him to find someone but didn't want him to go to where they were last spotted. And she's canceled the credit card. Back in the 90s, data systems were very primitive. Everybody knew once you canceled a credit card, the only thing that it would record is the purchase and the day that they tried to make the purchase. It doesn't tell you the city, the state, even the business location, only that it was declined and for the amount of money it was declined on what day it was declined. Couple that with the fact that on April 5th, Courtney Love went from ranting and raving any chance she got to Tom Grant to being very quiet, to the point where the next day on April 6th, he goes to her hotel room to see if she's disappeared. He notes that Courtney seems very calm. She's not her crazy, ranting, frantic. This is a part of the story that I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, know. Tom takes the next flight to Seattle, but by the time he gets to SeaTac Airport, rents a car, catches up with Dylan Carlson, who Courtney has told him to get with. It's after dark. Not only is it after dark, it's raining as it does 9.5 months out of the year in Seattle. Tom meets up with Dylan. They go to a diner. They sit down to eat and discuss where Kurt could be. Where does Kurt hang out? Let's go check out all of his usual spots. This conversation with Dylan is the first time that Tom Grant learns about the fact that Kurt likes to disappear into the Aurora Strip.
While I was in Seattle with Dylan and we were driving around, I mentioned to him that Courtney said that Kurt only stays in the best hotels, and he was almost incredulous. I mean, he practically laughed, and he said, that's ridiculous. He hates fancy hotels. He stays in really cheap places, mostly along the Aurora Strip.
He also expresses to Dylan all the concerns that Courtney had. This is where Tom's thoughts go from suspicions to actual concerns. Dylan starts contradicting what Courtney's saying. Dylan's saying, I don't know why Kurt married her. He's told me that he's miserable with Courtney. All they ever do is fight. And Tom says, well, what about being suicidal? Why would you buy him a shotgun if you knew he was suicidal? Dylan says, Kurt's not suicidal. He's never once mentioned suicide to me.
This thing in Rome. Did anybody say that may have been him trying to kill himself?
No, it was an accident. Everybody knows that.
I asked him several times about whether Kurt was suicidal or not, and it was almost a joke to him. You know, it's like, no, of course not.
They had a recent burglary at the Lake Washington house. There had been people walking up on his property trying to peek in his windows, paparazzi trying to get pictures of his baby. He wanted to get a gun just to scare people away. And for protection, to protect his little girl. Kurt grew up in a rural area, which he himself called rednecky, and he was very familiar with guns. I had a conversation the other day with a subscriber from England, and it completely shocked.
Dude, don't know what rednecky is, but okay.
Right? No, rednecky is Kurt knew about guns. He was brought up with guns. It like freaking like he's not like a dumbass. You know what I'm saying? He's not like you. He shot guns. He knew guns, right? And the projection was like friggin' like he's just like this suicidal guy. I'm gonna like just buy a gun so I can kill myself. And now he's kind of, here we go. So like, not the case. Let's go.
Yeah, I love how this guy is like, no, he hangs out. I mean, it's like he got a hotel room to get away from her, and he lives in this big ass house, but he would go stay in like a little cheap hotel just to get away. That's just weird to me.
That's what he did though, because
Jim Morrison did something similar with that. Like a lot of people, I don't know. That's just so bizarre when you have this huge house. Like you could walk to one end of it and be away from the other person. But
that house, right, that where he was found dead, was Courtney's house.
Oh,
not his house. His house, the one he bought. So they had like two separate places. When you look at his, it looks like a shack, like something you would like go and, I don't know. They're like, this is like, he kind of explains it. I think it's coming up. I mean, I don't know. I feel like it's coming up, but I mean, it wasn't his place. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that makes a little bit.
But think about like what he would, being that that's not his place. And I still think that the daughter was there ish, but he would go and hang out in a small. He had like a personal kind of, people knew when he showed up there at this like certain hotel or whatever, that's his room. Like if it's available, that's the one he wanted, and it's kind of in that area where he could like that's his hangout, that's like his spot, and that would be like probably where he would like hook up his heroin or whatever. He had like he has like his routine. And I think that what happened was he showed up there and then it was like, I'm out, I'm going to do my thing. And so somehow he went like kind of over there and did his thing in his hotel or whatever, and then showed back up and shit happened. So let's go.
Baffled me that people aren't allowed to own guns there. In America, this is an everyday part of our lives. I myself grew up in a home where shotguns hung on the wall. A short story about Kurt's childhood will let us know how familiar he was with guns. Kurt's first guitar came from his uncle, but his first really good amp, a vintage PV, actually came from a pawn shop after he hawked his stepfather's guns. When Cobain was 17, his mother married Pat O'Connor, whose ensuing infidelity led to a situation that greatly facilitated Cobain's acquisition of musical gear. After Cobain's mother learned that Pat, his stepfather, was cheating on her, she dumped his gun collection in the river. So it wasn't a pond, it was a river. Cobain observed his mother's antics and later encouraged some of the neighborhood kids to fish his stepdad's weapons out. Cobain sold the guns and bought a used PV vintage amplifier with two 12-inch speakers with the proceeds. And any aspiring musicians out there, you younger kids who want those $3,000, $4,000, $10,000 guitars or whatever, Kurt Cobain, even after he could afford the very best, still used low-budget guitars. It's not about the guitar, it's about who's playing the guitar. Kurt is not this weak, feeble, cowardly, artsy-fartsy kind of guy who's afraid of his own shadow that Courtney Love would like for you to think he was. He was very familiar with weapons. He shot them his whole life. When him and Dylan went to purchase the weapon, they purposefully purchased a 20-gauge shotgun with birdshot. It's called Light Load. It literally pepper sprays its targets. You can shoot someone with it at relatively close range, 15, 20 yards, and all it's going to do is burn their ass alive, but it's not going to kill you. Now, sure, at short range, it could kill you, but that's not the purpose of a 20 gauge. If he really just wanted to kill himself, he would have purchased a 12 or a 16 gauge shotgun. Kurt was very familiar with weapons. He knew what he was doing with them.
Because I'm thinking, if he was as suicidal as she says he is, why would she let him buy a shotgun?
He's not suicidal. He bought that shotgun the day he went to rehab. have been a burglary of the house recently. Lisa just confiscated his other gun, so I registered it in my name. Trust me, if he was suicidal, I would never let him get a shotgun.
Pause.
I bet my bottom dollar
That was not a reconstruction. That was real audio. This is a detective recording everything.
And that's his buddy Dylan.
That's his buddy Dylan. Lifetime, like buddy. If there was one guy that's like gonna give you the real deal, this is the guy. Let's go.
any man or woman watching this right now who grew up in a rural area, especially if they grew up on a farm, if you grew up in the country, you know what I mean when I say a man is expected to protect his family. Once you have a baby, one of the first things you're supposed to do is get a gun. That's like a rite of passage. You guys know that Kurt came out of a rural, rednecky area. That would have been ingrained in his mind. I have a daughter. I need protection. I buy a gun. As well, you got to remember, Kurt was a huge fan of the Beatles. Look at what happened to John Lennon. People in the early 90s were beginning to call Nirvana the new Beatles, Nirvana mania, just like they called it Beatles mania. So Kurt, being a huge fan of the Beatles, would be thinking, oh crap, I'm being called a spokesman for a generation. So was John Lennon, and look at what happened to him. Lennon, like Cobain, made himself very accessible to fans. Lennon was shot by Mark Chapman right outside his apartment building. I believe it's called Dakota Apartment Complex in Manhattan, in New York. Mark Chapman comes up to John Lennon with the latest Beatles album. Lennon autographs it for him. Later that night, after returning from a recording session with his wife, Yoko Ono, Chapman had been waiting for him, shoots him right outside of his home. Where were these people bothering Kurt Cobain? Right outside of his home. There had been a burglary, people trying to get in his windows, peek in his windows. It would have definitely been on Kurt's mind. Lennon's assassination would have definitely been on Kurt's mind. So Kurt's thinking defensive. He's thinking protection. And Dylan reinforces that. As I said, it was late in the evening on April 6th when Tom Grant finally hooked up with Dylan. They did go to the house. Dylan doesn't show him the greenhouse. They search the house. They, of course, do not find Jessica Hopper because Callie sent Jessica Hopper away earlier that day. Callie himself is not there. He's been making himself scarce since the 4th, one day before Kurt is dead. So it's all just very strange that Michael, Callie DeWitt, and Jessica Hopper, who are supposed to be on the lookout for Kurt, looking out for his well-being, and are very content in their own little world doing their drugs inside of Kurt Cobain's house the entire time that Courtney and Kurt are gone. But then all of a sudden, right around his death, they make themselves scarce and vanish. After searching the house, they go out to the diner, they discuss where Kurt could be, they check a few motels, and then they call it a night. It was a dark, rainy, gray night. I've only been to Seattle once in my life, stayed there for a couple weeks with some friends. I never knew that there were those shades of gray that exist. Like, Seattle can be a very, very dark, gloomy place, especially when it's raining. It's worth mentioning that during the week of April 2nd to April 8th, the Seattle Police Department had went to Kurt's house twice and not searched the greenhouse. I don't think a lot of people know that. Matter of fact, the police didn't even bother to go inside the house. There were workers, probably a landscaping company that was contracted to take care of the grounds. There were workers outside. The police asked the workers, has Kurt been around? They said no, and the police just left. They didn't even bother knocking on the door. It is also worth mentioning, and I can't believe I almost forgot this, Jessica Hopper leaves on April 6th, suddenly. Matter of fact, later she says that she had been really, really sick those last couple days in Seattle. And, people usually don't get on airplanes and take trips while they're sick, right? They wait till they recuperate. Callie had just called her a car from the limo company that Kurt was known to use, sent her to the airport, and away she went. Only one day after we know Kurt died. No explanation. Callie just says, "You're leaving today. Bye."
Pause.
There really hasn't been a day since Tom Grant met Courtney Love that something suspicious didn't happen. But
Pause.
later, Tom will find out a lot of things about April 7th that really don't add up. The first of
So
about
that
April.
Kylie chick, right, is like the live-in nanny. So this is basically someone who is just a Courtney Love kind of thing that it's supposed to take care of the baby, you know,
Yeah, I
their
was going
child.
to ask you, and not our Kylie. We love our Kylie.
Yeah, no, this
Yeah.
this one. Yeah.
This how did you feel about seeing her sitting out on the lawn with fans? Like just like spreading out like looks like
Courtney?
lyrics and just I mean clearly high as fuck, but like that was just messed up, kind of like not safe. Like I don't know.
Wait, back up. You're talking about like Courtney?
Yeah, after he
Like you're
died.
talking about like no, dude, I'm not gonna comment right now. But I mean he gets into that, you know. But I mean, just for reference, that person, right, left and was like given a plane ticket, get the fuck out, so you can't be interviewed the way I see it.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
I'd never seen that part, and now it's like, ugh, I wish I hadn't have kind of.
those being Callie leaves. Courtney herself calls Callie a ride. Supposedly, Callie's job is to be a live-in nanny and to house sit when her and Kurt are out of town. But suddenly, she sends Callie away. She will later claim that Callie went to rehab and that she gave Callie $35,000 for rehab.
There are a lot of questions I have for Dylan and Callie, especially Callie, who spent more time here at the house than anybody last week.
Callie is he just left for rehab. He's in El Paso or Georgia, I think. No. He's in LA with friends.
Now, earlier in the week, Tom Grant has her recorded in a phone conversation talking about how if her and Kurt get a divorce, she's going to lose her publishing deal with David Geffen Company, and she's going to have money problems. But all of a sudden, she's just giving people money for rehab. $35,000 worth of money.
Money's not a problem. Money is a problem. If we get a divorce and I don't have my publishing deal, money will be a problem, but that's not going to happen for quite some time.
What happened to those money problems? If we're to believe that she has nothing to do with this, it's April 7th, one day before Kurt's body's found, she should be expecting a divorce. She's telling Tom he wants a divorce. I'm going to have money issues. I'm going to probably lose my publishing deal. He's not going to be there to tell his people at David Geffen to release my record. Shouldn't she be expecting money problems? But it doesn't seem to me like she's expecting money problems on April 7th when you're giving away $35,000 to the nanny. Now, whether he actually went to rehab or not, no one knows. Medical files aren't public knowledge. Like, a court would have to subpoena your medical record in any facility you go to. And the Seattle police never investigated. So no one actually knows if Callie really went to rehab or not. And even if he did, how long he stayed there and how much it would have cost. What we do know is on April 7th, Courtney calls him a car, he takes off, doesn't come back, and he's got 35 grand in his pocket. Now comes the evening of the 7th, and even more strange things happen. Tom and Dylan are out scouring more motels, going up to the clerks saying, have you seen Kurt Cobain? Have you seen Kurt Cobain? Dylan decides he wants to check in with Courtney. He calls Courtney from a payphone, and there is some drama with Courtney back in LA. I don't want to talk about it because it was all lies that she concocted and put in the press. But the interesting thing is Tom realizes that Courtney has began speaking through Dylan and giving instructions to him through Dylan. Courtney cuts off communication.
I'm gonna call Courtney and check in. I don't know what's going on.
Courtney always wanted to go through Dylan. She wanted to talk to Dylan on the phone and have Dylan give me the instructions.
Now, later, Rosemary Carroll says that when Dylan called Courtney from that payphone that night, she heard Courtney specifically tell Dylan, make sure he checks the greenhouse. This is something that the attorney for Kurt Cobain tells Tom Grant later. Courtney's instructions are to go back to the house, that there's a secret compartment where the shotgun may be. This event, when Tom goes back to the house, they do not find the shotgun, but it sets off another series of events that raises even more suspicion. It's almost as if Courtney Love thinks that she's being really smart, but she's actually leaving a breadcrumb trail right back to her and Eric and Dylan and Callie and Hopper. First things first, they enter the home. Right on the staircase is the infamous note left by Callie DeWitt, in which he says, oh man, Courtney's so worried about you. She's freaking out. You're an asshole. Why haven't you contacted her? I can't believe that you've been in this house without me seeing you. Well, that's interesting because Callie claims from the fourth on, he had made himself very, very scarce. He was constantly gone for hours on end. So if that's true, why would you think it's weird that you and Kurt did not cross paths? Are you telling us that you weren't constantly gone for hours at a time, that you were in the house 24/7? The second thing is Tom does find the Rohypnol underneath the mattress. They take the sheets off the bed, they flip the mattress, they turn the pillowcases inside out. They do a number on this bed, right? They wreck it.
Pause.
They find his Rohypnol pills. Later, Courtney Love.
Now, again, Tom is the investigator. Super trained, super detailed, right? When he goes in there,
how do you know to look for that?
He took their Kurt and Courtney's bed, where Courtney's in LA at this point, and he flipped this match. He searched like a detective would, right? When you almost like if you think of someone treating it like it's a crime scene, he's in depth. He goes so in depth that he finds Rohypnol, right, between the mattress and the bed spring. He finds that. So now, keep that in mind. All right, let's go.
Will insist that Kurt Cobain left her a second suicide note, meaning he would have had to have left it the night of the 4th or the morning of the 5th. Kurt left her a note under her pillow. On the 7th, the day before Kurt's body's found, Tom ripped that bed apart. There was no note there. He catches Courtney in yet another lie. Kurt could not have left a note after Tom ripped the bed apart.
You mentioned in Rolling Stone about another note that he wrote to you.
It's like a letter,
Yeah.
and it's not really like a suicide note. It seems more like it was in a sealed envelope, and it was just to me, and it seems like he wrote it in rehab.
Where'd you find it? Where'd you get it?
It was in my bedroom under my pillows.
Under your pillows?
Yeah. And I didn't tell anybody about it but Rosemary, and I told Sergeant Cameron about it.
Yeah.
I let him see it.
There's only one problem with that, Courtney.
What?
I looked under your pillows, just like we looked under your mattresses. That's how I found the Rohypnol between your mattresses. That note wasn't under your pillows on the bed.
Even more, Rosemary Carroll will also come forward and tell Tom that the night of the 6th and the 7th that Courtney was at her home, when she talked to Dylan on the phone, she left a backpack at Rosemary Carroll's house, and inside that backpack
Pause.
a book and random loose.
This is super important. This is where the woman right now, where Courtney left this backpack, is in this conundrum of I don't know. I want to say patient-client privilege type shit. So when you're like, if you're like a lawyer or whatever, you can't like talk. It's like the whole
Yeah,
we were talking about.
Attorney-client privilege.
Exactly, and it's almost like a catch-22. It's like a NDA, right? So she's under that kind of like scrutiny of career, right?
Right.
Now, Courtney was in there, which she was representing not only Kurt, but Courtney, right? So she's on tape being recorded, not knowing so, but she's divulging that Courtney left this backpack here and she has been, from what you can see, tracing and figuring out Kurt's handwriting. Think. All right, let's go.
Papers where it was obvious that she had been tracing and practicing Kurt Cobain's handwriting.
Maybe did you just come over again?
Yeah, that's fine.
Stuff I want to show you.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know. I just there's some stuff I just left at my house that I never thought to really look at.
Yeah.
To look at it all, quite honestly, until one time.
She left it after she came over to my house the night of the 6th.
Rosemary Carroll was working with me behind the scenes privately, giving me information. She did it out of a good conscience.
What do you think that is?
I think someone went through his notebooks, found passages that could plausibly be cobbled together to suicide, and traced them.
You think they were traced?
Yeah. Or forged or something like that.
Well,
Are you taping this call?
I tape all my calls.
Shit. Tom.
The next morning on April 8th, Vecca Electric, responding to the phone call Courtney Love had made the previous day, her call for service to have those security lights, cameras, and alarms be put up around her greenhouse. They answer that call. They come to install everything she has ordered, and Gary Smith, the electrician, finds Kurt Cobain's body. That's where we're going to end this video. And if you've watched the whole series, you know that we have now come full circle all the way back to the beginning. Now we can concentrate on the aftermath of Kurt's death, how it affected his worldwide fans. We can talk about Courtney's connections and all the key players that took part in the so-called 2-minute investigation. You know, I always seem to overestimate or underestimate how long these videos are going to be, how long it's going to take me to do them. So I'm just going to stop doing that. I'm just going to stop saying anything and just put them out when they're done. I hope that you guys have enjoyed everything so far. There's still a lot to talk about. We haven't even actually got into the evidence yet. I'm going to have another long video for the ending of the Nirvana series, and then we will immediately move on to Alice in Chains, which I've already started working on. I hope that you guys will.
I did it opposite order, dude.
Huh?
I said I did it in the opposite order, dude. He did Alice in Chains after this.
Yeah, no, he's like actually like, because what he's doing is he's trying his best to like, put this out, but he's also trying to like do other things, because I think there are people in his Discord or however he's like communicating with his like subs and people that dig him, that let's do other things. And he's trying to do that also, I mean, that's how I'm saying like how the videos, they're not back to back to back to back, because he's also trying to do other content. But and this series just continues. When it goes like this video, you probably have to go like a few videos to get like the next chapter, Yeah,
like this one is literally like 3 of what we like. Before they were like 18 minutes long or something like that. So I was thinking, man, we got through a lot of them. And this one, I was looking and I was like, damn, 43 minutes or something. 47.
Yes, that it's different. It is more of he has like, that's a big video compared to other ones, right?
Yeah. And he said, I think he said that the next one is going to be big too, and then it's going to go back down to more like smaller whatever, but he's got to talk about the aftermath, and that's going to be a lot of stuff, and I'm sure a memorial and all that kind of stuff.
So did you think that last episode was intriguing?
Yeah, and I really think it's just, I mean, I know everybody's like, you shouldn't be surprised with anything about her, but that was just really like almost some Charles Manson shit, like her just hanging out with the Manson family, just like sitting la 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 on the fucking front porch, like front whatever yard, with these weird pieces of paper. I still don't know what the hell if it was blown up pieces of the suicide letter. Is that what it was?
You're talking about like at the memorial kind of thing where like there was hella fans around and shit, and she's like crying and shit.
Yeah,
You
like
keep
she's
like
on
going back to that, right?
Yeah, she's literally like just looks like she's on a lawn somewhere, just like on her hands and knees.
Okay.
And she's really wanting.
Hold on, I have a take on this.
Okay.
She reads the suicide note, right? And think on this, where she stops. Anyone that, anyone can see the suicide note. They know what's said there. You like do the transcripts. It's handwritten. It's kind of like sketchy, but when you look at the words, notice where she stops as she's reading. And she says, "This is not for you." When she stops, that is major important of where she stops reading it, and freaking reflect on it when it happens. He's going to talk about it, and you think about where she stops, because that is what that suicide note was completely different than the way it was projected. You have the ending that is like, I will be on your altar kind of shit, like freaking like, think about it. When she stops, what is said next is where everyone should reflect on this. So let's go.
Oh Lord, what she says next? Okay.
Like the video, I hope.
No, not what she says next. Hold on, it's not what she says next. It's what Kurt said next that she did not read, because she stopped exactly at the spot where it goes against what she's saying. It's not a suicide note. And the moment that she stops, and then what is the next sentence is where wow, look at that. All right, let's go.
Let me make sure I'm not putting the wrong one. I want to say we found out there was not a 9. There is a 10.
And just for everyone out there, I know that, people are dropping off, coming in, whatever. Hit the like, subscribe to this channel, and give, support any way you can. Allow this kind of content to continue. Let's go.
Yes. There is not a 9 from what I can tell. From it goes from 8 to 10.
But I think what happened there is maybe he got struck, and that's why certain videos don't exist, and you have to like just go to the next one in line.
He put something in there, but it's gonna throw it all off. You know what I'm saying? It's just a placeholder, to be honest.
Right. It's exactly what I did. It's like I kind of did that too. I'm going, where is like 11? Where's 11? And you have to like just go to 12. You know what I'm saying? But you have to do it in like, when you're looking at, you have to like do a timeline, really, Yeah, just like kind of like look at what was the last one, and then just like go through the videos and just find the next one, whatever number it is,
Like the next one's only 10 minutes, so it's, or is it 10 minutes? I may be wrong.
You see their Nirvana series kind of like same kind of terminology when it comes to the videos.
Yeah.
I was having trouble, digging it up myself. This is why I'm like, he should do what we're doing, and having it be together, however it happened. Get rid of the numbers and just have like a, beginning to end on that, like as an episode.
Yeah.
This is where I'm saying, like, the criticism about, you're saying you're going to do a movie. It's like, or you're saying you're going to do like a document or whatever, I think that it really is just kind of like just putting it all together as one piece.
Yeah.
Is what's missing.
There's so much stuff, and he I guess kept finding more and more, and just.
Yeah, I mean, you think about what he's doing. Hold on, before you do that, what he's doing is, I mean, you're talking about years kind of things. He's putting stuff together, and shit's happening, and it's like you're always, you know what I'm saying? It's like when you think of like a creator, and you're like just you doing like videos right now with you and me, right? Stuff happens tomorrow that we'll talk about. Like if he's going to do Alice in Chains, or right, Chris Cornell, or whatever, something might have happened yesterday. I'm going to do a video on that, and it kind of breaks your train of thought. That's why this is pieced together the way it is. You're talking about a time frame, all right.
Yeah, and I don't know who all this dude's talked to, but he is like claiming like this mailed thing, whatever he got, to know like some family of Kurt. So I don't know.
Yeah. I don't think he's a liar.
It's loud.
IRS e-file is
I want it to be loud, but not that damn loud.
open. Snap your W-2 and file your taxes 100% free. Roughly 37% of taxpayers qualify. 1040 and limited credits only. Get the Intuit TurboTax app now.
Jesus, this is
commercialism. I hate commercials.
The drummer with Kurt, but it would have been pre-Nirvana under the Fecal Matter Project. In 1986, the concept of Nirvana is already in Kurt Cobain's head. He's actually recorded a demo tape under the name Fecal Matter. He had passed this tape around to anyone who would listen to it, trying to recruit band members. Matter of fact, it took Kurt several months to get Chris Novoselic on board. Chris finally listened to that demo tape and said, hey, this is pretty good. Maybe I do want to join a band with you. So from that point, they needed a drummer, and they recruited a fellow classmate by the name of Bob McFadden. Bob was into jazz drumming in their local high school band. Many people are unaware of this, but Nirvana actually began as a Creedence Clearwater Revival cover band. Kurt, yes, he already had the demo. He already had some of the songs that would become amazing #1 hits in the future. But as a lot of young high school boys and girls do, they join cover bands. That way, friends will invite them to parties, keg parties, to play their favorite songs. You almost become like a jukebox. I myself went through that process, and I will say, for any young aspiring musicians out there, the best thing you can do when you're learning your instrument is to play in a cover band. Kurt Cobain did it. You should probably try it too. Unfortunately for Bob, he didn't last long. However, that was not because of lack of talent. Kurt and Chris wanted him to be a part of what they were doing. Bob tells us in a later interview why he chose to leave Nirvana before it even really got off the ground. So the interviewer, Nick, says your name's come up again with regard to the Nirvana story, and yet...
Yep.
I remember this when I was doing the same thing, right? I thought, when I heard this, I'm missing something, right? I'm like going, this is not a continuation. It didn't feel like at that time, right?
Right.
And in hindsight, what's happening here is, if you're like doing, like he's doing like his best to do a timeline and build what he sees and giving the evidence and things, right? What I think happened right here, maybe a video got struck, for one, which would take it out of the loop, right? And I think that what might have happened is that some new information came in, which changed his you're not following a script like from like that last one to this one. This is new information, but it really does, when you like, are patiently listening, he's giving you information, what he knows, and it ends up, it's all going into the same place, But I mean, I totally get where anyone listening right now going, where is the connectivity to the last one? But it's going to work itself out.
Well, and I'm also going to put links like I did on the last one. And that way y'all can find it all. Our first part, their first and second and third and 85th parts. They have a lot.
Looking through all the books, you're kind of not there. I was reading an interview the other day, a very early interview, where the interviewer asked Kurt and Chris how many drummers the band has had, and the first thing Kurt asked Chris is whether they will start with Bob or not. I just wanted to flesh out what that time was, and it ended up being August of 1986 into the end of September 1986. Bob says, I grew up in Aberdeen. That's where I went to elementary school and high school. This was pre-grunge movement, and though there were a few punk rockers around Aberdeen, most of us were just in cover bands and doing covers of Sabbath, Zeppelin, some old rock and roll. That's what we were getting together and rehearsing then when we'd go out and play the parties. So they were doing these covers so they would get invited to keg parties, basically, and be able to hone their skills in front of a live audience. Bob was actually involved in a band with Chris Novoselic's brother, Robert. Robert ends up introducing them to Kurt and Chris. He says, I got approached by Chris. It's supposed to say Christ, but they have obviously misspelled his name. I got approached by Chris late in my senior year, maybe right after. And that's when he asked me to come hang out with him at Maria's hair salon and sit in with him and Kurt. This is where Kurt and Chris would practice. Don't quote me on this, but I believe Maria's hair salon was Chris' mother's hair salon. If I'm wrong about that, correct me in the comments. I didn't actually know Mr. Cobain very well. I'd seen him around some parties and some of that scene, but he was a pretty quiet, reserved guy. So I was asked by Chris to come and sit in. So I met them over at Maria's salon. I was only there for a few weeks, and that's why you won't see me in a lot of publications, because I was only involved pre-Nirvana. I would still count him in personally, because this is when Chris and Kurt are honing their skills. This is when everything's starting to come together. And technically, Bob was their first drummer. Now, I also made a video about friends of Kurt Cobain's, whether they be from Aberdeen or Olympia, who got really jealous over Kurt and Chris' successes. Other people who were involved in bands that were pretty big, but then when Nirvana came along, they just blew their friends' bands out of the water. A lot of people disagreed with me. It was about 50-50. I want to direct your attention to the lower part of this interview where Bob talks about jealousies. But first, let's ask the question, why did Bob leave the band if Kurt and Chris wanted him to stay? He says, I had to make a decision. I was talking to my girlfriend who became my wife, Mrs. Tina McFadden, or Faden. She was asking me what my plans were. Are you going to work and have a family, or are you going to go out on the road? And at that point, I had to make that decision. Did I want to do this music thing, or was I going to raise a family and join the working class? He says that he doesn't regret it. He had two beautiful daughters, Kayla and Kinsey, a good career, and I still know some people in the industry. So Bob actually chooses to leave them. They don't get rid of him, which should tell you that Bob's probably a pretty damn good drummer. But later in the interview, he talks about jealousies, and I'm not quite sure I understand where he's coming from at this point, because after all, he did choose to leave them. They did not leave him. I know that at one point I harbored a few feelings out of jealousy, just because I'd not become part of what happened to them. But I worked through all of that really well. But I know some people in the area, people in the scene, who went through a lot of dark stuff because of what happened to Nirvana and had a degree of envy because they weren't a part of it. So here we have an insider, someone who was actually there, who remained in Aberdeen, taking care of his wife and his children, was around all these people that Kurt and Chris would hang out with. When Kurt and Chris left Aberdeen and became famous, there's a lot of people who became jealous. And some of those people were in bands themselves. And I'm not going to mention the two main people that I feel were the most jealous, because I know a lot of people, it's a controversial topic, and I'm just going to stay away from it in this video.
Thank you.
You can watch my friends who were jealous of Kurt's success video if you want to get into that. Bob McFadden unknowingly makes the absolute worst mistake of his life, and I feel for you, Bob. If you're watching this, man, I seriously feel for you. I've been in a similar situation where I could have went on tour with a band and I had to choose family over that lifestyle. Trust me, I get you more than you think. However, Bob does make a huge mistake and enter the second drummer, Aaron Burkhardt. Aaron is a rather rowdy character, as we're about to find out. Aaron will be with Kurt and Chris throughout the year of 1987. He basically joins in the beginning of 1987, and by December of 1987, there will be yet another change. Aaron plays the first ever Nirvana show at a house party in Raymond, Washington. He also plays Nirvana's first radio live broadcast, KAOS, May 6, 1987. Now, Burkhardt's dismissal from Nirvana came from his own behavior, and you guys are probably recognize him. He's been in a few of the documentaries about Kurt, including Soaked in Bleach. He's the guy who says, well, we were Ted Ed Fred, and we were Pin Cap Jew, and then we were Bliss, and then we were Nirvana. He's that guy. He was a very rowdy character. He liked to drink. He liked to fight. And I don't mean like keyboard fight. I mean like fist fight. He actually got Kurt's car towed while fighting with a police officer, and that was it for Kurt. He said, I'm done with you. You're bringing a negativity to our band. You're getting people hyped up in the wrong way. You know, take that shit to a Hatebreed concert or a Pantera concert. Nirvana's, we're into more like moshing and slam dancing, not fist fighting.
Pause.
January 23rd, 1988. However, I would refer to...
You like that.
Like what?
You liked what was just said. You like, I could hear it in your voice. You're like, oh, that's funny.
Yeah, that's my ex. He would be at the Pantera and the fucking Hatebreed concert, getting his ass whipped in a fucking mosh pit. And I would much rather, like he's saying, I would much rather be over here in the more chill kind of crowd. Yeah.
And so now think about like the story we've been listening to, right? And what he's doing is he's like giving the timeline of the drummer situation, but he's also giving you time. They're talking 87, right?
Yeah. Damn.
Think about time. And like that, this is basically like just out of high school. Kurt is...
I keep forgetting that he's like quite a bit older than me. And so I don't know why I always keep thinking, because I didn't listen to them until I was a teenager. But this is 87, and he didn't really like it didn't become big till the 90s, like 92 or
exactly.
3. Okay.
This is like fresh out of high school. And the Christ guy is the bassist, right? Those two grew up together. That's their band, right? And now what he's showing is that those two were in like Flynn, never ended until Kurt died. Everyone else is others, right? And now when it comes to drummers, who's the Nirvana drummer?
The Chris Novoselic dude?
No, it's that we were talking about it earlier.
No, Dave Grohl. Dave
Grohl. Everyone knows Dave Grohl, right? Now, before Dave Grohl, there's been like 6 drummers before that, and that's what he's doing right now, is giving you not only a timeline of time of like what they were doing and what was happening, but the transition into what ended up becoming Nirvana. So I think that, you know what I'm saying? Like, even though it kind of like breaks what we've been like looking at, this really does give you something that is quality, you know, for just like knowledge.
Oh, hang on. I'm reading Kylie. That's okay.
Oh, yeah. Hey, thank you for being here again, Kylie. Yeah. You know, hit that
New
like.
Zealand.
You know,
I keep forgetting. New
She
Zealand.
probably has, but I mean, you know, and I saw someone else come in, was a gray, and, you know, if you're still here, you know, hit that like, subscribe. I think that you probably are not one, but you do it.
Oh, I'm thinking that she may be someone that knows Gypsy, because the North Carolina mountains. I know Gypsy did something about, like, she lives up that way and did something about it a couple of days ago. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna guess that that's be how she found us. But
thank you for being here for sure. You know, support.
It's awesome that you would even try to listen to us while you're working hard. Like, I totally understand, girl. Oh, here's Deets. Michigan, beautiful. Oh, Loud Thunder. But, mushroom growing weather. All right.
And I think that one of the main things is like you had like them. I'm sorry for breaking you up, but I mean, they were like in high school together, learning together. Kurt is a student of music. You know, this is like he's not some dumbass who just like is like, you know, it's a lot of what I recall was a lot of criticism like he's like basic. Like, you know, like it was just I don't know, like he was weak in some way. That guy, dude, I'm telling you, man, when it really come, he wrote it all. The music was his. It was all Kurt, you know.
Wait. Oh, she picks morels, some type of mushroom. I've never had it, but
Dale as Nirvana's third drummer because he did step in and do some recordings and help them through their temporary issue with not having a drummer. And Dale, again, as a friend, would step in throughout the years here and there. After the January recording with Reciprocal Recordings, Dale moves to San Francisco. Remember that Dale is the drummer of the Melvins, and he's got his own thing going on, and they're actually more popular than Nirvana at this point in time. He says, sorry guys, I'm moving, I got my own thing going on, but here's a guy I'm going to suggest to you. And he suggests Dave Foster, the fourth drummer of Nirvana. It's early 1988. Dave Foster, not Dave Grohl. Dave Foster joins the band. He's only with them for a couple months. And why? Because his personality is similar to Aaron's. He ends up getting in trouble with the police, does a stint in jail. Chris and Kurt's ambitions far exceed everyone around them. They're sick of it. They decide to run an ad in the Seattle publication, The Rocket. They get no good responses. However, it's at this time that friends introduce Kurt and Chris to the fifth drummer, Chad Channing. Unfortunately, Dave Foster misses out on being a world-famous drummer because of a stupid jail sentence. Quote from Chad Channing, they never actually said, okay, you're in. What happens is Chad just starts coming over and jamming with them. And they just sort of mesh into a band, into Nirvana, what we know on Bleach. He never asked to be in the band. They never asked him to join the band. He just was willing to show up to practice, and he didn't go to jail. So they kept him. Chad plays his first show with Nirvana in May of 1988, and by November of 1988, they've actually got a deal. And this is how it usually goes, especially with small record companies or maybe bands that the record company's unsure of. They will have them record a single first. If the single sells well, then they'll give them an actual record deal. And this is what happened with Nirvana and Sub Pop. Sub Pop says, record a single, we'll see how it does. It did well, they make Bleach. In case you didn't know, Love Buzz is a cover from an old band called Shocking Blue with a female. Once Kurt and Chris have a reliable drummer that they can depend on not to go to jail or start any fistfights with the crowd, things really start to take off. And they end up adding another guitarist, Jason Everman. Jason Everman does join the band for a short period of time. He did not record on Bleach, but he did a little bit of touring. He was unhappy. He decides he wants to go into the military. And not only does he go into the military, he joins the Army Rangers, an elite group. Ends up becoming a special forces guy. I don't know, a lot of that stuff's secret, so we don't really know what they do. He spends like over a decade in Iraq, Afghanistan. He's now a consultant for the military, and he has a philosophy degree from Columbia. So he's in very good shape, and he's a badass. and he's very intelligent. He kind of became a rock star in his own right, just on the totally opposite end of the spectrum. So after a short stint in first Nirvana, then Soundgarden, two of the best bands to come out of Seattle in the history of music, Jason Everman just gives it all up, goes to the military. Bleach releases June 15th, 1989. It makes Sub Pop quite a bit of money. It does even better than they thought it would. Matter of fact, at the time, the big band coming out of Sub Pop that everybody thought would make it to a major label was Mudhoney and another band called Blood Circus. Nirvana was actually one of the bands that they thought was one of their worst acts, and it just shows how freaking wrong they were. Now, Chad Channing ends up leaving after Bleach. Why does Chad leave? Well, you know, we could be nice and we could say creative differences, but what it really came down to was no one tells Kurt Cobain how to write a song. Chad was unhappy that he could not partake in the creative process, in the writing process. He wanted to help Kurt write songs. He wanted to write songs of his own and include them on the Nirvana roster. And Kurt knew in his mind that this is my band. I write the songs. I make up the guitar parts. And, you know, looking back, I'm sure Chad regrets it. I'm sure he wishes he would have just kept his mouth closed. Dave Grohl, in an interview, I think it may have been with Howard Stern, I can't remember, they asked him, well, obviously you're a good singer-songwriter. You sing for the Foo Fighters. You're successful. Did you ever offer any of these songs to Kurt? And yes, they did play one of Dave's songs. It was called Marigold, in case you're curious. But Dave was smart enough to say, you know, what's the quickest way a drummer gets kicked out of a band? He tries to offer up his own songs, right? Dave was smart enough to keep his mouth shut. He knew that Kurt was the ringleader. He knew that Kurt was a musical genius, and he was going to ride that wave as long as it would take him, and as far as it would take him. Chad didn't know any better, but Dave had hindsight. Chad was kicked out of the band because of this reason. Dave was smart enough to learn from Chad's mistakes, keep his mouth shut. It's also worth mentioning Dan Peters, the drummer to Mudhoney. Sort of like Dale Kroger, he would step in temporarily just to help Kurt and Chris out. He was the drummer when they released their single, when they recorded the...
To be mentioned, Dave Grohl is like 4 years younger than them. He came in as a baby, but he rocks the drum kit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. I think he's gonna say in a minute, like that Nirvana or Kurt, when he saw Dave Grohl, right, in another band, he said, "I wish we had a drummer like that. That's some genius shit," right?
Yeah.
And what ends up happening is that, I guess, I don't know if it was somebody managing or it was like a friend that had heard Kurt say that, and their band, Dave Grohl's band, broke up. And so now he's like, dude, he's available. The dude you were just saying is like a fucking drum genius is available, and boom, Nirvana.
You know, a lot of bands back then, like when Mother Love Bone, when Andy died, like they all kind of went their separate ways, but all went into successful bands because they were good. They just were good individually. I'm trying to think, when he was saying that one dude went to the military and became an Army Ranger.
Yeah.
One of the Mother Love Bone dudes went and got like a biochemistry degree or something. It's just insane when you sit and you're thinking like, you know, this guy's going to be on the road. He's got, you know, a successful album, whatever. Nah, I think I'll just drop out and go to, you know, to college and get a biochemistry degree. Like, what the hell? Where did that come from? You know?
Yeah.
I don't think I could reverse it like that, you know?
Yeah, no, I like what they show. Like, we can't see it, you know, because like, you know, we're listening to this, but you don't see what is this Fox guy is putting out as like the visuals, right?
Right.
But, I mean, you can see like this is like this the guy that, like, the special forces guy, right? He was there at the precipice of being the best band in the world. You would be, you know, that guy, and he like didn't see it or whatever. You know, this is just like another band.
I never would have guessed that's what they were going to say he was going to go do, because when it showed his hair, it shows him. He's like total pretty boy. Like,
right.
I could see him getting super pissed that, more like girls or more people were paying attention to Kurt, because he, like I said, he's definitely got the hair look down.
Right. And you've seen like his, his special forces look, right?
Yeah.
He looks like a badass.
Yeah. So
all right.
he found a way to let the badass show through, I guess. Oh,
but I do want to make it clear, Dave Grohl was a baby. They show like where the drummer that he ends up replacing, right? There's pictures. There's pictures of Dave Grohl, and he is such a kid. You know what I'm saying? And he's there as like it's like before the drummer got replaced, because Kurt's like, this is a dude, really, But you have this moment in like Kurt's apartment where there's a lot of pictures taken, and you can see Dave like in the background. He is basically like at that point just kind of like a guest, right?
Right.
Well, the drummer that they have, where he thinks he's like, we're going places and shit. He's like, that night where these pictures are taken, Dave Grohl takes his place like overnight. And Dave Grohl's like they're doing a concert. So that night, that day in the apartment where these pictures are taken, they end up like doing a concert like the next night. And Dave Grohl's in the audience as a fan, and he's like taking notes on how I can be better. And so, dude, it's a great story.
And so where did you hear it at?
Well, let's like wait 2 minutes and you'll know.
Oh, it's in here. I thought you had done some extra research or something. Oh, Gypsy asked earlier, and I didn't for some reason get to that. She said, did we like Mad Season, which was a band that Lane Staley came up with after Alice in Chains kind of went off the rails. I feel
like that question was like so long ago. That was like another lifetime ago. I saw that. That's what made me ask you about Mad Men. Yeah, so that was a long time ago.
I know, and I've been like holding it in my head, like there's something I need to say, but I couldn't think of what it was. Anyway, if you watch this back, Gypsy, if not, I'll tell you when I see you. But yeah, I only like one of their songs. Shocking, but I can only honestly say that I wanted to like more, but no.
And if you're just like eyes at the moment, you're like, hey, you haven't said anything, or maybe you're like just hitting the bushes, hit the like, subscribe, be a part of something. All right, let's go.
Please.
Single Sliver, not Silver, Sliver, that was Dan Peters drumming. Even though Dave is in the video, it was actually Dan Peters who did the recording, and that's why in the video you see the Mudhoney poster in the background behind Dave. It's a little nod to Dan Peters, a little thank you. And of course, I can't forget everybody's favorite rhythm guitarist, Pat Smear. Pat Smear joined Nirvana summer of '93. Obviously, it was short-lived. He got to play with them less than a year. Pat came from a legendary punk rock band called The Germs. In case you didn't know, you might want to check those guys out if you're into that early punk rock. Pat is a veteran when it comes to the punk rock scene, and as we all know, he joined Dave later with the Foo Fighters, and they went on to sell a gazillion records in their
So who they're referring to, if you like have watched Nirvana, who they are, and you've seen like Nirvana Unplugged. He's the Spanish-looking guy. So that is, they brought him in as kind of like Kurt's kind of backup, kind of playing the same exact things he's doing and kind of helping articulate, support. So that's and he got brought in just before they blew up. But he was only with them. He was, like they said, just for a year, before Kurt died.
Yeah, so
he was called Pat Smear was his name. His name.
Oh, okay. I didn't pick up on that till just now too.
Yeah, if you can, like, go back a step and like play the last minute over again. So that is who they're referring to right now, is the Spanish-looking guy that came in. He kind of had the bleach hair. You know, he was older than them. So, like, you know how we were talking about, like,
I want to check those guys out if you're into that early punk rock. Pat is a veteran when it comes to the punk rock scene, and as we all know, he joined Dave later with the Foo Fighters, and they went on to sell a gazillion records, and they're probably two of the richest musicians on earth right now. Besides Courtney Love, because she has Kurt Cobain's money, but you know. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is hopefully the complete list of Nirvana members. I hope you enjoyed the video. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Leave me a like if you learned something new, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, he sounded like he does not like that dude, that Foo Fighters.
What dude?
The one that we were just talking about. The
Pat Smear.
Yeah, when he's
dude, he's like he's hard to dislike. I mean, if you like ever like see anything that he's ever said or done, he's just a happy guy, you know.
Yeah, I'm saying though.
I think that interpretation. I think. No, I didn't notice it at all.
It was something like this dude that's doing all of this. Something he said about them when he joined Foo Fighters. It was just like the way he said it was kind of like, I don't know, like he didn't agree with something there, whether it was him leaving or then him joining back with Dave. I don't know. There's something there. I don't know. I feel like his tone of voice changed. Anyway, that was
you could be like, there is always in everything. Every take has subliminals, right? I think that maybe what you could be reading is that it is Kurt and Christ, right? That's the band. Everyone else is just
fillers.
Right. Like literally Dave Grohl came in and it was overnight. So he got hired like a gunslinger, right? Didn't do the work, didn't build it, didn't like have any, he just was like a drummer. So, when you reflect on Dave Grohl, he wasn't like, working it. He just got, he was lucky as fuck.
Yeah, definitely right place at the right time for Kurt to see him.
Like, so right. So, like, he hit the lotto, Let's go.
Hang on, 11.
I'm Kurt Loder with an MTV News special report on a very sad day. Kurt Cobain, the leader of one of rock's most gifted and promising bands, Nirvana, is dead, and this is the story as we know it so far. Cobain's body was found in a house in Seattle on Friday morning. He was dead of an apparently self-inflicted shotgun blast to the head. Police found what is said to be a suicide note at the scene, but have not yet divulged its contents. Cobain, who was 27, had reportedly been missing for about 6 days, according to his mother. A source close to the band told MTV News earlier this week that while that story sounded bad, it was better than what was, quote, really going on. That comment remains to be clarified. It was better than what was really going on. That comment remains to be clarified.
Okay.
Just for hindsight, when this Kurt Loder was saying that from MTV News, saying that the mother said that he's been missing for 6 days, right? Mm-hmm. That was Courtney Love signing the mother's name on the missing persons report. Was Courtney Love, not the mother. Courtney Love forged her mother's signature. So that story is based on her mother's signature forged by Courtney. And Courtney says, I did that because no one would have believed me. So
she forged his mother's signature.
Right. Courtney Love, was the one who like opened the missing person report, and the whole 6 days, Courtney Love. And dude, think about it. You know what I mean? Deep thought here.
I know one thing that from past job experience, that it doesn't matter how close you are to the person, that honestly, if you are a beneficiary on their life insurance, if you are the first one to come up with the death certificate and bring it to the job place or to the actual insurance company, whatever, and you're the one to produce the death certificate first, you get whatever. So she's giving her some time probably to get, her paperwork and her shit in order before, what do you think? Like,
but
that,
just to really make a point, on this, it isn't like hearsay that she did this. It comes out of her own words on Tom's tapes.
Hang on.
Courtney Loves admits on tape that she forged it. She created it. When that story that they're talking about on MTV News, which went around the world, was that the mother asked for it. Mother wasn't involved. So let's go.
I can totally see her doing that. And hey, Truth Seeker, I saw you were back, and at first I thought it said you were at Flow States, and I was like, what? But I saw you're talking about flowers.
Hey, if you haven't hit the like yet, do it.
All right.
It's Friday, April 8th, 1994, and the world has discovered that a rock icon has perished. We've talked about everything up to this point, but we have yet to talk about what comes next. The aftermath of Kurt Cobain's death, the investigation, how his friends felt, how it affected the world, how it may have even been connected with yet another death. In order to do this, we can go all the way back to the original 1994 Rolling Stone article, Kurt Cobain's Downward Spiral, His Last Days, which I started in Nirvana series number 1. We can go right back to that article and start getting more information. Some of it true, some of it untrue. Let's pick it apart. So we know that Gary Smith, the Vecca electrician, discovers Kurt's body. He calls his supervisor. His supervisor then calls a radio station and tells the DJ, you owe me concert tickets because my employee found Kurt Cobain's body. I've since found out that radio DJ didn't believe him at first. The radio DJ actually called the Seattle police and said, hey, by chances, you guys, anything going on at Kurt Cobain's house? And they said, we can't talk about it, but yeah, there is something going on there. That's when the DJ decided to announce it.
Marty, you got to take us through that day. I mean, that's a day that you'll never forget.
8:30 in the morning. Phone rings from a guy who says to me, I have got the news story of the century for you. You're going to owe me some Pink Floyd tickets for this. And he says, Kurt Cobain has committed suicide. And we think he's a crackpot. We hang up on him. And he is insistent, calls back again, and says, no, I'm serious. Don't hang up on me. And we hang up on him again. And we're like, man, this guy is, he's crazy, but he's also really like sticking to his story.
And none of this is on the air yet, right?
No, we haven't gone on the air. We think he's a lunatic.
Right.
And he calls back a third time. And at that point, I talked to our producer and I said, call the police department, see if the Seattle police know anything about this. And they say, yeah, we have dispatched a cruiser to the home of Kurt Cobain, but that's all we're going to be able to say.
You got to think back then, before the internet, people didn't use the internet to go online and.
Okay.
Now, hindsight's 2020. Why was that construction worker going in there? Right?
I don't know.
This random person, where police have been there, they've actually been inquiring.
Wait, didn't she say she was having it redesigned for him or something?
That investigator Tom had been there.
Mm-hmm.
You toss the mattress, right?
Mm-hmm.
Courtney Love hires an electrician to put lights in that greenhousey thing where Kurt was. She hired this guy to go
Find
in
it.
there and install lights exactly where Kurt was found.
She wanted that guy to find him and it to be done and over.
She wanted him to be found right now, right? I'm prepared. I'm ready to go. Let's do this. Time for Kurt to be found. Homie shows up and doesn't call the police. He calls his boss. His boss gets the information and says, okay, hey, calls the radio station. That's the story we're hearing right now.
Mm.
The boss calls them and says, I've got a scoop. And freaking, you got to listen to me. He called like once, called back again, persistent. I got a story. You owe me. You're like, yeah, I got tickets for life, bitch. And they're like going, hey, hold on, check it out. And then all of a sudden it gets reported. So, I mean, maybe take it back a step and like, let's like regurgitate that this guy shows up. Why is he there? Who put him there?
Is it going to say it again?
I think that being that I kind of broke up the fluidity, I think you should go back a minute and let it like go again.
Okay.
Then calls a radio station and tells the DJ, you owe me concert tickets because my employee found Kurt Cobain's body. I've since found out that radio DJ didn't believe him at first. The radio DJ actually called the Seattle police and said, hey, by chances, you guys, anything going on at Kurt Cobain's house? And they said, we can't talk about it, but yeah, there is something going on there. That's when the DJ decided to announce it.
Marty, you got to take us through that day. I mean, that's a day that you'll never forget.
8:30 in the morning. Phone rings from a guy who says to me, I have got the news story of the century for you. You're going to owe me some Pink Floyd tickets for this. And he says, Kurt Cobain has committed suicide. And we think he's a crackpot. We hang up on him. And he is insistent, calls back again, and says, no, I'm serious. Don't hang up on me. And we hang up on him again. And we're like, man, this guy is, he's crazy, but he's also really like sticking to his story.
And none of this is on the air yet, right?
No, we haven't gone on the air. We think he's a lunatic.
Right.
And he calls back a third time. And at that point, I talked to our producer and I said, call the police department, see if the Seattle police know anything about this. And they say, yeah, we have dispatched a cruiser to the home of Kurt Cobain, but that's all we're going to be able to say.
You got to think back then, before the internet, people didn't have the internet to go online and create fake drama or lie their asses off. They called radio stations and wrote the newspapers. So that radio DJ would have probably been like, yeah, right, okay, Kurt Cobain's dead, whatever, and just hung up the phone. The reason I bring this up is the next paragraph we're going to look at in the Rolling Stone article suggests something that is not true. The first responder, the first person to get to Kurt's body after the electrician, is a fireman. His name's John Fisk, and what he has to say is going to be important after we read this paragraph. Sometime on or before the afternoon of April 5th, Cobain barricaded himself in the greenhouse above his garage by propping a stool against its French doors. The evidence at the scene suggests that he removed his hunter's cap, which he wore when he didn't want people to recognize him, dug into his cigar box that is believed to have contained his drug stash. He penned a one-page note in red ink. He also tossed his wallet on the floor, open to his Washington driver's license, which friends believe was to help the police identify him. The very first sentence, Kurt Cobain barricaded himself using a stool. You'll see a picture of the stool coming up on the screen. On the top, where one would sit down, Kurt had actually glued a plaque that said, now you have many legs to stand on. This was a 5-legged stool. And I think that kind of gives us a little peek into Kurt's sarcastic, funny personality. The first person to arrive on the scene, I believe he was an officer who worked for the fire department. His name is John Fisk. He has been on record as saying there was no stool propped up against the door. He simply busted a pane of glass. He reached in. It was a simple twist lock, unlocked the door, opened the door.
The French doors were locked. I was first in and right away could see that it was a fatality. Shotgun lay in his lap, a significant pool of blood by his head. There was nothing we could do for him, so we didn't touch the body.
Now I'm going to show you a diagram of the greenhouse, and we're going to see where the stool was actually sitting. You will also see that there were two sets of French doors. I say were past tense because Courtney ended up having the entire garage leveled and removed from the property. We're going to get to that. Never going to believe who she hires to do the demolition work. Perhaps not a lot of people know that. There's one set of French doors on the west side, which is the entrance. You come up the steps and around to the west side, and that would be how you entered the greenhouse. The other French doors were on the east side, and all that was there was a balcony, no steps. The stool was sitting in front of the French doors on the east side where the balcony is. It's very clear that no one barricaded themselves at all. This was reported by MTV, Geraldo Rivera, Seattle newspaper, Rolling Stone even reported it, because we're reading a Rolling Stone article right now from June 1994. They were still misreporting it as late as June 1994. The second thing I'd like to point out about this paragraph is simply the items that he has around his body. I've read that there were several clean towels and even clean clothes near him. Items that he would have taken with him, let's say if he was going to go stay at a hotel. If you're going to go stay at a seedy motel somewhere to do your drugs, you're probably not going to want to use their sheets or towels. The reason I bring this up is Charles Cross, and I urge anyone who reads Charles Cross's work to know that he is very pro-Courtney. He will write anything she says like it's the honest God's truth and it's set in stone. Just be aware that if you read his book Heavier Than Heaven or pretty much watch any of his interviews, nothing bad about Courtney is ever going to come from that man's mouth. Charles's theory is that Kurt Cobain was so empathetic that he left clean towels and clothes for them to clean up the mess and dress him appropriately. My theory is that Kurt was getting ready to head back to the Aurora Strip, where he's known to hang out for days or even weeks at a time, and he's taking clean linens with him. Just throwing that out there. Moving along, he penned a one-page note in red ink. None of us have any inkling of when he wrote that letter. To me, that letter sounds like a resignation letter. I think Courtney knew it was a resignation letter to his fans. Perhaps that's why she read it on national television to his fans, because she knew that it was to his fans. We all know about the infamous 4 lines at the bottom of the letter. The only part of that note that even seems remotely, even vaguely suicidal is, Francis and Courtney, I'll be at your altar. Please keep going for Frances, for her life, which will be so much happier without me. I love you. I love you. Handwriting experts have determined that those lines are not the handwriting of Kurt Cobain. You couple that with the fact that according to Charles Peterson, and I don't know why this isn't a widely known fact, it's something that I recently found. Charles Peterson, we talked about him in a previous Nirvana video. He's the photographer who gave grunge a face. He photographed any of those 90s bands you can think of. Charles Peterson was friends with them, and he photographed them. Charles says in an interview that Kurt Cobain, just a couple months prior to his death, he was up late one night with Kurt, and Kurt told him that he fell in love with Scotland, that he had plans on purchasing a castle outside of Glasgow, and Kurt and Dave had even done a small benefit show at a very small pub called the Southern Bar in Edinburgh. Just him and Dave, a little acoustic set. All the donations went to a local hospital for sick children. Kurt fell in love with the Scottish music scene and the country, and he was planning on leaving Seattle and moving to a castle in Scotland. The Nirvana frontman fell in love with the British country's music scene months before he commits suicide, aged 27 in 94. He expressed his desire to purchase a castle in the country where he could settle down, according to Seattle-based photographer Charles Peterson. He revealed, I remember late one evening I was working with Kurt for a magazine in Manhattan. He was just sitting, talking about life with me. Then out of the blue, he said, I want to buy a castle in Scotland. Kurt really did want to make his home there. It was maybe a pipe dream. but he wanted to make it a reality. He was serious when he said it. He was enamored with Scotland and the music scene in Glasgow especially. Matter of fact, the rocker was scheduled to play in Glasgow just 8 days before he shot himself, but the Smell Like Teen Spirit singer had overdosed while in Italy, leading to the whole tour being canceled. The Rome incident is where this all began, ladies and gentlemen. It's where, when the Rome incident happened, Kurt Cobain was already dead. It was already heading that direction. Somebody was going to make it happen. Now, for Americans, that might sound a little bit ridiculous because we don't even have castles in our country. But people do live in castles. In Europe, people do purchase and live in castles. And Robert Plant from Led Zeppelin lived in a castle and did all kinds of weird Mr. Crowley stuff. You guys, Led Zeppelin fans, probably know what I'm talking about. I could see Kurt doing that, wanting to retreat away from the public eye. What better place to do it than in a fort, in a fortress, in a castle? Leave me alone. I'm done with music. When I'm ready to give it another go, I'll let you know. Remember, Charles Peterson was also the photographer who said he saw Kurt Cobain in front of Linda's Tavern on April 4th. Kurt gave him his new home phone number and said, give me a call next week. Let's hang out sometime.
Pause.
Kurt was on the street, Capitol Hill.
So right there, evidence that at April 4th, he was alive, right?
Yep. Well, the guy looks kind of weird when he's saying it. Like, I don't know if I believe
that this photographer actually okay. So what if he's lying, then he's saying that
I don't think intentionally. He's just saying, we don't know for sure about these dates, but this is what he's saying. I don't know.
Well, what he's saying is like he had a previous conversation with Kurt, basically saying that why would you all of a sudden go, I'm going to commit suicide when you're thinking about the future. You want to do something. You're aspiring for something, right? So the same guy who's recounting the story that he had, this conversation he had with Kurt, also saw him on the 4th. So now, if that's true, that means that the window gets smaller on exactly when things are, it definitely didn't happen before the 4th, if the count's right?
Right.
Okay, so that's
the picture or the whatever they have here looks like when he did his hair, like super, super bright. It's
Kurt?
They got him like in the bright ass sunlight. So whoever got the picture.
Yes, yeah, I'm not seeing what you're seeing. No one can.
Nice to see him. He gave me his new phone number.
In the last couple sentences to the paragraph, they're talking about Kurt leaving his driver's license out on top of his wallet, and friends thought that was so they could easily identify him. John Fisk, the first responding officer, also laid that to rest. He said that him and another officer took the license out of the wallet, placed it on top of the wallet as to take a picture of it.
We'll check for mail or something with a name on it. The officer said, hey, do you want the name? I needed it for my logbook. He said, it's Cobain, or Cobain. A couple of second delay, my head snapping around. I said, you mean like the rock star?
The developing story shocks the music world. A man found dead this morning is rock star Kurt Cobain.
So Kurt did not leave his driver's license out so he could be identified. That is false. I only want to bring attention to the very next paragraph just to show how disassociated Courtney Love was with this tragedy and how much it didn't bother her to talk about it right after it happened. It proves that they weren't as close as she would like you to believe. They were hardly ever even in the same damn city.
There are times on stage when you simulate your husband's death. To some people, that's really terrible taste. What are you doing?
What do I do? Do I ignore it? Do I acknowledge it? Is there a middle ground? What can I do? Do I sit here and, play Betty Crocker and pretend that I don't write music? So this is die?
If you can make any sense out of that answer, please comment and tell me.
Pause.
She ends up saying catharsis, like it somehow helped her get.
Your audio is kind of bouncy, but that was an interview with Barbara Walters, right? With Kurt.
Yeah, I'm lost on what she said. She simulated his death.
Yes, on stage. On multiple occasions, she would on stage as she's doing her concert, would put her fingers in her mouth and
I wonder if it was during a certain song or I don't know.
No, dude, just think about that. While she's doing her concert, everyone's watching. This is now her album. Before that, it was all screechy, barely legible, freaking thrash music, right? That first album. Second album, very melodic, which is another thing where, it's going to be talked about. But in these concerts, so her album comes out 8 days or 5 days after Kurt's death. That whole album that everyone is that's what happened. She just basically, they said, no, it's not tasteful. Let's wait. She said, no, let's put it out. Boom. 5 days later, whole album came out. The second one, the one that everyone knows about, right? And then while she's touring after Kurt Cobain just died, she is on stage putting her fingers in her mouth and blowing her brains out for everyone to see.
And her kids in CPS care or something.
Yeah, who knows where, she's only what, a year and a half old at this point?
Yeah, that bothers me so bad. I know it's a different lifestyle, but
I think that you really have to reflect on her mindset, who she is, what she's about. Does she have any kind of morals or any kind of I don't know. I just see guilt ridden. It's I see the projection. And anyone that watch, if you went and said, I'm going to watch every piece of video that's ever been out there from the point that Kurt died and just watched her, you will see it. Denial, denial, denial. Denial! What's that song? It's famous. Denial.
I don't know, man. It's fucked up because that the one I didn't get to watch, did she ever really love him? I'm anxious to see how they word that or whatever.
Oh man, the story about how they met. Kurt even helped promote that they knew each other years prior. Comes to find out, nope, they actually met 6 months or barely a year, maybe in that 9-month realm, kind of. That's when they actually met. When she broke up with the Smashing Pumpkins guy, right? Walked down the street, got with Kurt, and 6 months later, Nirvana freaking whatchamacallit came out. So it's freaking all of a sudden she's just in there. She gets pregnant, gets married, and within 3 years, Kurt's dead. It was a whirlwind. Boom. It was over and done, and she had it all.
Yeah.
The time frame is crazy, and then they end up working it out. He actually the Fox guy, this guy, breaks it down. When did they actually meet? And he totally finds exactly when they met. The concert where she showed up, and that's when they actually met. And it was they were projecting it was in maybe 89 or something like that, but it ends up being it was 91. It was just before they freaking blew up. Yep, gold digger.
Yeah,
and she was pushing him, going, yeah, no, everyone thinks I'm a gold digger, and so he was, they have him on in concert, on the mic, going, everyone, tell everybody, hey, everybody, tell it Courtney you love her. And everyone is totally, He was like parroting what he was saying. And dude, think about why he would say that. Who's in his ear? Who's the little puppet master on that one? Yo, let's go.
I mean, yeah, this is fucked up. And somebody, it looks like they drew a picture of her. You need to check it out later.
By simulating her husband's death. What do I do? Play Betty Crocker and die? Like, what in the are you even talking about? And notice how she always resorts to crocodile tears. Every time she can't answer a tough question, crocodile tears. Feel sorry for me. I'm a widow. Honestly, I couldn't find much left in that article in the way of falsities. It goes on to tell us about events that transpired, such as April 10th, a candlelight vigil happens for over 5,000 fans appear at a park near the Space Needle, and the fans do something that I think Kurt Cobain would have loved. He would have really appreciated it. They defied authority and jumped into the water fountain. In my opinion, Seattle pretty much dropped the ball in this investigation, but the one thing that they did do right was during the candlelight vigil on April 10th, they sent mental health officials and other professionals to the park where they knew these fans were going to congregate to speak to the young people.
Killed himself, and we are left as survivors to make sense of this death. There is anger, there are feelings of sadness. We don't understand why. And the difficult part about suicides are that the answers are taken away with Kurt. He knew the whys. We don't all know all the reasons.
As far as we know, there was only one person, a 28-year-old named Daniel Kaspar, who did go home and commit suicide after being at the vigil. I remember as a kid hearing there were all these copycat suicides all over the world, but I think that was the media blowing it out of proportion. As far as the Seattle Crisis Hotline, the week after Kurt Cobain died, they only received 100 more calls than usual. So there wasn't a gigantic spike as we were all led to believe back then. There were a handful of copycat suicides, but not the hundreds and hundreds worldwide that the media led us to believe. Now, Courtney Love and about 150 family members and friends are down the street at Seattle's Unity Church having their own private memorial service. Courtney Love catches wind that over 5,000 people have gathered at this park, and then she decides she wants to be a part of it. Of course, Courtney wants the spotlight. Before Courtney makes her grand appearance, she makes sure that a pre-recorded message is played to everyone at the vigil. Now, I'm not going to play the whole thing to you right here. It's on many different YouTube channels, but I am going to play certain parts of it and show you footage from the vigil and just pick it apart a little bit, because I think a lot of people out there who've listened to this have probably thought the same things that I'm thinking when I listen to it.
I feel the same way you guys do. If you guys don't think that I used to sit in this room when he played guitar and sang, I feel so honored to be near him. You're crazy.
I myself, I'm not a learning doctor. I don't come from a house of learning doctors, but I do have a step sibling who's a psychiatrist. And if you don't know what that means she's a doctor plus a shrink. Psychologists, I think they just have like a master's, and a psychiatrist has a doctorate. I was asking her about narcissists and what all she knows about people like Courtney Love. And she told me that sociopaths, narcissistic people will often reveal what they're thinking without realizing that they're revealing it. When Courtney Love says, if you guys don't think that I feel just as bad as you do, you're crazy. That's projection, okay? She's guilty. She feels guilty because she doesn't feel just as bad as normal people do. So she has to cover it up by defending herself and saying, I feel just as bad as you do. The thing that I find odd about this is I would assume that she feels even worse than I do. You're his wife. You're supposed to be closer to him than anyone else in the world. You're supposed to love him more than anyone else in the world. You should feel worse than I do. You shouldn't feel the same.
Anyway, you have to know. It's more like a letter to the fucking editor. I don't know what happened. I mean, it was gonna happen. But it could have happened when he was 40. He always said he was gonna outlive everybody and be 120.
And again, I actually listened to this with my step sibling and asked her opinion. So I'm giving you her opinion, then I'm giving you my own opinion. And what she said was basically the same thing I thought. Courtney is setting the tone. She's making you think this was a suicide before she even reads the letter, because Courtney knows that the bulk of the letter is a resignation letter to his fans and that there's very little about leaving this world. So she wants to set you up, set the tone, and say, prepare yourselves. This is his suicide note. It's a letter to the fucking editor. The weird thing after that is she talks about how she knew it was going to happen. But according to Kurt, she says he told everybody he was going to outlive everybody to be 120. She completely makes two contradicting statements. I knew it was going to happen. He thought he was going to live to be 120, but I knew it was going to happen. I thought it was going to be around the age 40. Maybe he'd be older and retire.
Yeah, who would say that?
You know, it was inevitable. She makes it out, and in the following months, in every interview she does, she creates this Kurt Cobain suicide myth. That it was like fate. Nobody could have stopped it. It was destiny. It was bound to happen. Better to burn out than fade away.
I'm not going to read you all the note because it's none of the rest of your fucking business, but some of it is to you. I don't really think it takes away his dignity to read this, considering that it's addressed to most of you. He's such an asshole. I want you all to say asshole really loud.
Wow.
So first, my step sibling's opinion. She obviously says, well, she acknowledged that it was a letter to his fans. Okay, we got that. So she understands that this letter is a resignation letter because she says most of it is to you. By saying that some of it's personal and none of our damn business, now that we know what the entire note says, that's Courtney manipulating us to think that there's a lot more to this note than there is. And as my stepsister pointed out, she says it doesn't take away from his dignity to read his supposed suicide note out loud on knowing that it's going to be on national TV in front of over 5,000 people, but then turns around and asks everybody to call him an asshole, which clearly takes away from his dignity. The very same thing she said she's not doing it. This is Courtney's way of disassociating herself with the guilt, disassociating herself with any responsibility for the fucked up thing that she's doing. She's pretending like she's doing it for us, not for her. But when she asks everyone, when she says, I want you all to say asshole really loud, that's her control freak, narcissistic ego talking. She wants to control everything. She wants to control everybody. She wants to be a rock star. When rock stars say, give me a hell yeah, what does the crowd do? Hell yeah. Or whatever they ask. That's what Courtney's doing. She's exercising this ego. Can I get these people to now do what Kurt could do? If Kurt said, on the count of 3, say, we love Courtney, people would do it. So she's trying on Kurt's shoes and seeing how much power she can exercise over his fans.
She does a pretty damn good job. Let's see. So that was number 11 or maybe more. Or 12. Hang on. God, this guy really, he should have so numbered these different.
Yeah, no, it's when you reflect on it, just think about it's tough to be a creator. You know what I'm saying? It's like
specific.
If he was able to if you could take your lives and put them together better or rename them in a way that was more concise, he would have done it. But I want anyone out there that hasn't done it, hit the like and subscribe. Be cool. And here we go.
Yeah, I want to make sure.
Hold on, Back it up. I think they're talking. I can't.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like this is the right one.
Yeah, that's where I would. I always kind of, whenever I was in doubt, I just like looked at the number that I just listened to, and I had to really reflect on what number I was on, and I kind of started from the very beginning, like in time, and scrolled down to find whatever number came after that, in series. It's tough. It is tough.
Okay, I think this is right, which seems like we've done more, but anyway, this is 12 and it's 27 minutes. What the hell? It's weird. It starts out with credits instead of. Okay.
Good job, Mermaid. Turn it up.
He spoke briefly with reporters before going to the upstairs apartment where the body was found.
A shotgun lay across his neck, and there was a suicide note stuck in a potted plant.
I was just shocked. I was so sad. I even cried.
People who were fans, people in their 20s or younger, it hit like a ton of bricks. This person was very important to them. I'm sure this will be remembered as, people will think back and remember where they heard the news that he died.
Good one, Dietz.
He was the closest equivalent that this decade and this generation of rock fans and rock musicians had to a John Lennon. And I don't make that comparison easily or facetiously.
The reason that an older generation probably doesn't understand what's going on, all the commotion around Kurt's death, is because they can't relate to that cynicism, that anger.
People just don't understand us. Because things are different now than they were when our parents are our age. So we're kind of just lost.
The generation we're talking about has spent his entire sexual prime in the shadow of AIDS. They're the first American generation that knows it will not do better than its parents. They've grown up with lousy schools and astonishing levels of domestic violence, divorce, drug abuse, violence. It's staggering what's happened. And what Kurt Cobain did was give voice to that fear and anger and confusion.
You really didn't care about a lot of things that you're supposed to care about. The public arena, he really just didn't care. You didn't have to wear a certain kind of clothing to go on stage. You didn't have to have your hair a certain way, have it styled. You could just do what you want. You could be who you were, go on stage, and relate to the audience as that. They're people, I'm people. You could be up here instead of me.
He grew up in Aberdeen, Washington, which is a lumber town, a very remote lumber town on the western coast of Washington State. People either become lumberjacks or they become unemployed. There's a lot of alcoholism there and a lot of hopelessness. That's what he came out of.
Parents broke up when he was like 8 years old. How many kids have gone through this? It's the divorce rate now, 50% or something. There's an army of kids out there who come from no home and no father, no mother. Who watches these kids? Who listens to them?
Although the lyrics seemed downbeat and dark, the music had a different message. It was often uplifting and transcendent, and it acknowledged your pain and then took you to another higher level.
He sang in a way that he seemed to be exercising some sort of pain, you might say, if you watched him. Didn't know it was that much pain, but obviously it was now, it seems in retrospect. Courtney Love, his wife, said in this letter she taped and had played for people as memorial
memorial service 2 days after he died.
I'm really sorry, you guys. I don't know what I could have done.
Generation X and the millennials, what we now call zennials, we had no great war. We had no great common good to bring us together. For our parents and our grandparents' generation, it was easy as hell to get a mortgage. And guess what? A lot of our parents and grandparents didn't pay those loans back. So now it's impossible for our generation to even get a loan and get a home. All the great paying jobs that our parents and our grandparents had, jobs where one man could work and support a family of 5, are gone. These jobs have either been replaced by modern technology or sent overseas for other countries to develop their middle class. Our grandparents, and especially our great-grandparents, called us lazy because they didn't realize that there were no fucking jobs to be had. They were gone, Grandma. Sorry, I can't be a man like Grandpa was. He had a fucking job that paid him 4 times as much as it should have been paying him when he didn't even have a goddamn GED. This is the type of environment that Kurt Cobain and his generation grew up in. Older people calling them lazy. Why don't you quit playing that guitar, spending all your time on art and music, and go out and get a job? Well, geez, unless you haven't left the fucking house in 30 years, all the factories are closed down. Generation X grew up during a time where their teachers told them that a massive bomb was going to fall from the sky and that somehow hiding underneath their desk was going to save their life. And by the way, this could happen at any minute. Your entire life could just go black because a fucking bomb falls from the sky. The Cold War, that's what these people grew up in. That's what they knew as children. The AIDS scare. Generation X was scared to death to even touch someone of the opposite sex in their sexual prime because they were scared to death they were going to die of AIDS. We had absolutely zero prospects, no future, and we were afraid of everything. We were afraid of the world. Then along came Kurt Cobain, and suddenly we did have something. And what Kurt Cobain told us was, stop listening to all the old timers and do your own thing. Be your own person and do what you want to do. It's a new dawn of a new generation. You gotta stop listening to these people who are terrifying you and be brave and do what the fuck you want to do. Kurt Cobain gave us more than just great music. He gave us courage. He gave us independence. We said, you know what? I'm done listening to you, Grandma. I don't need a fucking job. I'm going to be an entrepreneur. There are no jobs to be had, so I'm going to be an entrepreneur, and I'm going to do my own thing. And look at how many of those Generation Xers became millionaires and billionaires who went on to be entrepreneurs through the use of the internet and new technology. You know what those guys in Silicon Valley were listening to? They were fucking listening to Nirvana. When Kurt Cobain talks about our little group, those are the outcasts and the nerds and the geeks and the artsy fartsy kids. That's who he's talking about. These kids who went on to revolutionize the way we live. And when we lost Kurt, when we lost that, whether he wanted to be a leader or not, he was a leader. And he gave a lot of us courage to step out into the world on our own and pursue our own independent ventures. When we lost him and Courtney Love told us that she was sorry, we took her at face value. We believed her. But the weeks and months following his death, she proved to be a grieving widow in the public while secretly in private reveling in her newfound fortune and fame. No one knows about public image more than Courtney Love. And when you see her in interviews following Kurt's death, she's crying, she's wearing his coat, she's wearing articles of his clothing. She wants that recognition. She wants pity from the public. She wants his fans to become her fans. But did you know that only 3 weeks after Kurt's death, according to private investigator Tom Grant, she calls him, whispering in the phone, saying that she has to be quiet as to not wake up Billy. She's laying in bed next to a sleeping Billy Corgan. Billy Corgan, who now will headline Lollapalooza 94. And of course, Hole gets added to the list. Thanks to boyfriend Billy, Hole makes several guest appearances throughout the tour, both before, during, and after the Smashing Pumpkins. In 94, another hot band, 9 Inch Nails. Nine Inch Nails' Trent Reznor has discovered Marilyn Manson. How does Courtney manage to get whole on their tour? She starts up a sexual relationship with Twiggy Ramirez of Marilyn Manson just a couple months after Kurt died.
I know that Marilyn was up here, and there's a certain member of his band, and
Twiggy.
yeah, and
You did him? He's big? Twiggy is big. You had sex
Really?
you had sex with Twiggy Ramirez?
I was on tour. It was the time they should have locked me in my room.
Wow.
She went from this to this just to further her career. She actually tries to go for the man at the top of the totem pole, Trent Reznor himself. Trent is terrified of Courtney Love. He only added the tour as a favor to Twiggy and Marilyn.
Oh my God!
All right, and we now have the name.
I love
Trent Reznor is the guy who coins the phrase. What is the name?
Who? Nine Inch Nails?
No. He just said his name, so we were talking about it like many times before. So, what was the term? Yes, star sucker. Star sucker.
I like fucker better, but
yeah, but I mean, this is his words coming out of his mouth. I mean, so here we go.
It kind of works because the whole like succubus, like people that just like she literally wants to take all of the good, all of the career, all of the things that could help her ass out from him and just suck it, Anyway, that just
but what we haven't seen is the guy that she started fucking in Marilyn Manson's band.
Yeah,
you didn't see it, but he's a creepy looking dude.
Let me tell you.
So not
honey,
not an Adonis. He is in no way an Adonis.
You have no idea, Dave. I see him every night when I open the laptop. It is the screensaver on my daughter's laptop.
No. You're talking about
Ramirez from Marilyn Manson.
Okay. I got you.
Like it's scary. I'm not gonna lie. It scares me every time I open it. I'm like, oh shit, that's her computer. I'm trying to respect, privacy and what you want in your life and whatever.
Yep.
But whoa, yeah, some scary, like just creepy, fucking creepy.
Right.
Okay.
It would be like exactly the kind of person, if you were Courtney Love, that would, she would aspire to like be with, right? That's not true. Why would she do that?
To me, I'm surprised. Well, she probably was. I was going to say, I'm surprised she wasn't all over Chris Cornell because from the jump, he already had a job. He already got married at one point. I mean, he always sort of had his shit together. He never really got into drugs heavy. And I think that's probably it. He was super isolated and stuff. And I think he wasn't going to be enough of a party for her, which, you know what? Kurt wasn't really either. None of these guys kept to themselves, which is, kind of why they were so.
When I like reflect on it, I'm like, why did she pick him? Right. It was an easy avenue, easy to get. Right. No. That like a little kind of sub part of like, whatever, freaking Marilyn Manson. Right.
She got on a tour. She got on a huge
tour. She got in, like how she was like, I can get backstage. Everyone's surprised how I got backstage. Right. She backstaged here. She found an in, right? She got in quick, and then now she's around Marilyn Manson, and
if you set your sights on it, and plus she's Courtney Love, but if you really want to get back there, you can fucking get back there. So
just go back a minute and let's like regurgitate this and let's go.
All right.
X grew up during a time
where that far enough back or no?
Told them that a magical bomb was
perfect
going to fall from the sky, and that somehow hiding underneath their desk was going to save their life. And by the way, this could happen at any minute. Your entire life could just go black because a fucking bomb falls from the sky. The Cold War, that's what these people grew up in. That's what they knew as children. The AIDS scare. Generation X was scared to death to even touch someone of the opposite sex in their sexual prime because they were scared to death they were going to die of AIDS. We had absolutely zero prospects, no future, and we were afraid of everything. We were afraid of the world. Then along came Kurt Cobain, and suddenly we did have something. And what Kurt Cobain told us was, Stop listening to all the old timers and do your own thing. Be your own person and do what you want to do. It's a new dawn of a new generation. You gotta stop listening to these people who are terrifying you and be brave and do what the fuck you want to do. Kurt Cobain gave us more than just great music. He gave us courage. He gave us independence. We said, you know what? I'm done listening to you, Grandma. I don't need a fucking job. I'm going to be an entrepreneur. There are no jobs to be had, so I'm going to be an entrepreneur, and I'm going to do my own thing. And look at how many of those Generation Xers became millionaires and billionaires who went on to be entrepreneurs through the use of the internet and new technology. You know what those guys in Silicon Valley were listening to? They were fucking listening to Nirvana. When Kurt Cobain talks about our little group, those are the outcasts and the nerds and the geeks and the artsy fartsy kids. That's who he's talking about. These kids who went on to revolutionize the way we live. And when we lost Kurt, when we lost that, whether he wanted to be a leader or not, he was a leader. And he gave a lot of us courage to step out into the world on our own and pursue our own independent ventures. When we lost him and Courtney Love told us that she was sorry, we took her at face value. We believed her. But the weeks and months following his death, she proved to be a grieving widow in the public while secretly in private reveling in her newfound fortune and fame. No one knows about public image more than Courtney Love. And when you see her in interviews following Kurt's death, she's crying, she's wearing his coat, she's wearing articles of his clothing. She wants that recognition. She wants pity from the public. She wants his fans to become her fans. But did you know that only 3 weeks after Kurt's death, according to private investigator Tom Grant, she calls him, whispering in the phone, saying that she has to be quiet as to not wake up Billy. She's laying in bed next to a sleeping Billy Corgan. Billy Corgan, who now will headline Lollapalooza 94. And of course, Hole gets added to the list. Thanks to boyfriend Billy, Hole makes several guest appearances throughout the tour, both before, during, and after the Smashing Pumpkins. In 94, another hot band, 9 Inch Nails. 9 Inch Nails' Trent Reznor has discovered Marilyn Manson. How does Courtney manage to get Hole on their tour? She starts up a sexual relationship with Twiggy Ramirez of Marilyn Manson just a couple months after Kurt died.
I know that Marilyn was up here, and there's a certain member of his band, and
Twiggy.
Yeah, and
You did him? He's big? Twiggy is big. You had sex you had sex with Twiggy Ramirez?
I was on tour. It was the time they should have locked me in my room.
Wow.
She went from this to this just to further her career. She actually tries to go for the man at the top of the totem pole, Trent Reznor himself. Trent is terrified of Courtney Love. He only added Hole to the tour as a favor to Twiggy and Marilyn. When Courtney starts sending him little gifts and little notes, just like she did Billy Corgan, just like she did Kurt Cobain, Trent hires 2 bodyguards, takes the bodyguards to Courtney with him, and has the bodyguards tell her to never come near his dressing room, stop sending him gifts, leave him the fuck alone. Later on Howard Stern, Courtney will pretend that her and Trent had a sexual relationship. But to this day, he viciously denies it and says that he is afraid of that woman and he never touched her.
That is hilarious. Number one, sorry. It I don't know. If something happened to you, it's not funny, but the fact that he's scared of her, this badass Trent, that's hilarious, number one. And then what was the second part that was even like funnier? What she did? Hang on.
Well, I you know, what you're going to hear in a second is the reason why the bodyguards were there was not for protection. It was witness.
Yeah, I think it was like for impact. Like, I want you to
presence.
See.
Everyone
Impact.
Now, you hear me. Do you hear me clearly? Do you hear me? That's exactly what that was.
What, impact?
He's saying to her,
yeah,
in your face with witnesses, go fuck yourself.
Hey, you know what? That's kind of ballsy though for him. Even though she's gonna say whatever they were in love, madly in love, whatever, she's gonna tell her own tale.
And she does. She tries to on Howard Stern. on
But
Howard Stern.
At the end of the day, he at least doesn't have to deal with her bullshit. Like he nipped it in the bud quick, you know. Like
yeah, I know where you're going with this. I know what's happening here.
Oh, you gotta let me say this, and then we can talk about it another day or whatever. But at this time, Trent Reznor was living in the Sharon Tate household. He bought the Tate household after the murders and put a recording studio in there, made it very gothic, dark looking, like just, I mean, I want to go there. Sorry.
Well, I mean, hold on. When you say right after, I mean, you're talking about like 70s to 90s.
Yeah, I mean,
20 years.
Like
it's not like he like moved in like right after it happened. You know what I'm saying?
But it's like the next people that actually like really inhabited it. Like he and his band, like they did stay there. They had parties there or whatever. Like in the in between, it was sort of they didn't even use it as a tourist attraction. Like you couldn't go in. So there was some touristy celebrity ghost kind of stuff done through the 80s and whatever there, but he bought it and lived in it like as his own home, like stay off my property. This is my castle, you know? And
I get you.
Looking back,
you're like, you're straying a bit. I know have the inside because you did the Manson shit, but I mean, it really has nothing to do with what we're doing right now.
I know. I'm just saying. I think it's a cool thing that the mug actually bought that house, which is a infamous house. And
also is, PR.
Yeah.
I mean, it wasn't like maybe not his passion, but I mean, it is like, something to talk about. But let's go.
Okay.
Sounds like they had a thing. They were on tour together. No, it wasn't a big thing. It was a very small thing.
And then he dumped you.
But but he didn't. It wasn't that he just dumped me. He came into the room to dump me with 2 bodyguards outside the door, like as
Trent brings the bodyguards because he knows Courtney lies. He does not want her going and saying, Trent did this to me, Trent did that to me. I mean, she used to say Kurt Cobain would point guns at her. So he brings them as witnesses to tell her, you have to stop making passes at me. You have to stop leaving gifts near my dressing room. I'm not interested. If you don't stop, you're gone. You're kicked off the tour. Matter of fact, Trent even later wrote a song partially about Courtney called Star Suckers. If you're interested, there'll be a link in the description below. Trent noticed that Courtney was hopping from rock star to rock star to rock star to get her band on tours. And he wasn't going to be that rock star that she sucked the fame out of. Regular fans like you and I see what's going on. We see these Courtney Love interviews where she's crying, she's wearing articles of Kurt's clothing, talking about how much she misses him. Pity me, I'm the grieving widow. At the same time, we're seeing how much fun she's having with all these other rock stars. Before Kurt's fans, before people who never even met him in their life get over this tragic death, Courtney Love seems to be long over it. And then
pause. Yeah, you get where I'm at right here. What you're not seeing is Courtney Love. You heard her screaming, right?
Yeah.
She is bringing her daughter on stage and showing them in this screaming environment.
Oh, you told me.
Right?
Yeah.
Yep, that's what's happening right this second.
Oh, shit.
That's called child abuse.
Yeah,
That's
I need
insanity.
to see how small this child is.
Yeah, what? Less than 2?
Let me
I'm not
see.
even over it. Now, whether you believe that Kurt committed suicide or whether you believe that foul play was involved, no one can deny the fact that very peculiar things happened during the last week of his death, happened after his death. Too many coincidences took place. People ask me, and Mick Wright, who wrote the magazine article about the resurgence of interest in Kurt Cobain murder conspiracies, asked me the same thing. By the way, the author of that article who interviewed me, his name's Mick Wright, he's Broken Bottle Boy on Twitter, he told me that he believes Kurt committed suicide. And he asked me, how can you think this way? What's up with the murder conspiracy? And here's my answer to that. Whether you believe it was a suicide or not is irrelevant. You can't deny that all the things I've talked about in the Nirvana series happened. They were real things that happened, and they were very peculiar things that happened. And therefore, I say, why wouldn't you think that foul play could have been involved? Whenever
Pause it.
Somebody who believed.
Deese is asking how old was the child? How old was what's the daughter's name? She's got an odd name.
Frances.
So now at that time, I would say 2 years old, right? You know, maybe. Yeah.
Definitely.
And so, like, what episode are we on at the moment?
Let me make sure. I keep saying it's 11 or it's 12. Let's see, 12.
All right, so we're on episode 12, and the creator's name again is
It is American Spa Fox.
And that's episode 12 of the Nirvana series.
Yes.
So if you want to see that of her doing that screaming and shit, and then pulling her daughter with bread, like, or something over her ears in order to like just like be calm, this is the episode you like find it in that. So I mean,
let me see if it'll let me copy it really quick, and I'll put it in chat with my phone. Just don't want to lose our place. 14.
Or maybe even like where are you right now on like the timestamp kind of area?
14.
Because
11.
it happened like 5 minutes ago or like a couple minutes ago. You're at where?
14:11.
All right, so we're at 14 at the moment. So if you really want to see it, you go to like the 12-minute mark on the 12th video of the Nirvana series, and you will see Courtney Love in concert with the screaming, and then bringing your daughter up as a trophy for everyone to see. That's what's happening right there.
Yep, and I'm trying, hopefully, I'm going to try to put the link in.
For this episode?
Hang on. I'm going to try to put the link in.
For this episode?
Yeah, see if that...
Great job. That is creator shit right there. Let's go.
Now getting back is the problem. Getting back to where the fuck I was at. Okay.
Well, you said like 15 minutes or something, you know?
Yeah, it's just the actual one, the way they're organized. I got to find the actual one for whatever.
Right, Deets, she's on the ball.
Woo! Oh no, I'm getting there, y'all. Okay. Shit. This guy really, I love
This is
what he did.
This is called collaboration. Deets brings it up. I bring it to Murray's attention. We figure it out, and boom, that's what it's about.
Oh wait, did I say it
hit the like, subscribe.
Kurt Cobain committed suicide. Well, where's your proof? Why do you think the way you think? All they do is tell me everybody knew he was suicidal. He was found clutching a gun. Well, that's not really evidence to prove that there was a suicide. The fact that there were no prints on the gun and that the guy had 3 to 10 times the lethal dose of morphine in his body plus diazepam or Valium pretty much tells you that there was no point in him shooting himself, nor could he have lifted a gun. World famous medical forensic pathologist consultant Dr. Cyril Wecht. We're talking about a guy who was called upon in the mysterious deaths of Marilyn Monroe, Elvis Presley, JFK, Dr. Martin Luther King. This guy knows his stuff. He says he could not think of one single case where the combination of heroin and a gun were used to commit suicide. Not one single case in thousands of cases that he's been involved in.
That deals with coordinator functions. How about the emotional aspects of this? Why would he then shoot himself before the drug has had a chance to take effect? I cannot think of a case in which I have had someone inject himself with a large amount of heroin and then proceed to kill himself. It just doesn't make sense, and it doesn't fit in with these kinds of situations involving heroin.
While we're on the subject of the gun, let me say for those of you who do not know, the gun was not processed for fingerprints until 30 days later. And all they found was smudge marks by that point. God knows how many people handled that weapon between Kurt's house and the police station, because the chief medical examiner and the assistant medical examiner, Dr. Hartshorn, telling the Seattle police and the media within minutes of arrival that it was a suicide. How careful in preserving evidence do you think the Seattle Police Department would have been in the handling of that weapon? Let me also talk about Detective Jasinski. This was the guy who was assigned to the...
This is why at some point one day on here, I am going to talk about the Chris Cornell death crime scene. There's some interesting shit in these stars' crime scenes, like their last moment photos. Some very interesting stuff just in the background.
Reopening.
Right on. Yeah. Things to do.
The cold case unit for 12 years at the Seattle PD. He worked as a homicide detective for 22 years. Of those 22, 12 years he worked in the cold case section. Detective Jasinski has given many interviews, including to publications. There's even an interview on YouTube. He's interviewed with CBS. And you can tell right from the bat that this is not an objective player. He was determined right from the start to preserve the integrity of the Seattle Police Department. In an interview, he very sarcastically says, "No, I didn't find any earth-shattering evidence to prove it wasn't suicide." He gives you the impression that he thought it was a waste of time to even open up the case to begin with. He even starts a rumor about so-called Kurt Cobain murder conspiracy theorists, in which he says that they started the rumor that the shotgun was given to Courtney Love and she had it melted down. For a long time, I believed that. I thought that they did give it to Courtney and she did destroy it. And in his words, he says that's their proof that she has something to hide. Let me tell you where this rumor comes from right now. April 21st, 1994, the Orlando Sentinel. Courtney Love says she hopes to make some kind of sense out of the suicide of her husband, Kurt Cobain, so she'll turn over the gun he used to an anti-violence group. Love told KIRO TV in Seattle that she'll give the shotgun and other weapons to Mothers Against Violence, which will melt them down. A similar article can also be found in Rolling Stone. This is why people believed that the SPD gave it to Courtney and she had it destroyed, because that's what Courtney was telling us. It wasn't something that murder conspiracy theorists made up on their own. He completely ignores everything I've talked about in my series, reassures us that the original detectives on the case were right. The only thing Detective Jasinski even does is take pictures of himself posing with the shotgun, and to explain away the shotgun shell being ejected to the wrong side, he says that he questioned a weapons armorer. Not going into any specifics, just says, I questioned a weapons armorer. He told me it's possible. Also, when I had questions about the position of the shotgun found in Cobain's hand and the location of the spent shell casing, I interviewed an experienced weapons armorer who was probably contracted through the Seattle Police Department, who explained the dynamics of what had likely occurred. Okay, what the F does that mean? The shell bounced off the air that was in the room and then ricocheted to the other side of his body? I don't know about you, but I wouldn't be happy until someone outside of the Seattle Police Department who has no interest in preserving their integrity investigated the case. However, I would also want that person to not be a Kurt Cobain fan. I'd want them to be completely objective and just be searching for the truth. Personally, I trust the experts more than I trust a guy who wasn't there at the time and whose main interest is reassuring everybody that his buddies at the police department were correct. Speaking of buddies, did you know that Courtney Love was buddies with Dr. Hartshorn, the assistant medical examiner, who is the one that is responsible for saying it was a suicide only minutes after he arrived? Dr. Hartshorn labeled the cause of death a self-inflicted
shotgun wound to the head.
After examining the body for only a few minutes and was soon telling reporters, I've never seen a more open and shut case of suicide. Going against protocol, going against the chief medical examiner, he tells the reporters and the Seattle PD that it's suicide. You may have known that Courtney was friends with Dr. Harshorn, or maybe you've heard it before. Let me tell you exactly how long they'd known each other and why. I was raised in a rather large university town, a very large state university town, and during my college years, I played drums in a band. So I got to meet a lot of the students. There was a very vibrant music scene in my town. I met and made friends with a lot of the students who came from Cleveland, Cincinnati, Columbus, Toledo, Akron, even from all over the world, other musicians, or people who just loved being involved in the music scene. I would see them go through their punk rock phase, get a mohawk, tattoos, piercings, but as soon as they graduated and they were going to start their career, they would don that suit and tie and off they would go to become a responsible, respectable citizen. This is what Harshorn did. In his early life, he meets Courtney and her husband at the time, James Moreland, who probably shocked you as a singer in a band. And he uses part of a trust fund that came from his grandparents, talking about Harshorn, to promote punk rock bands. King County Chief Medical Examiner Dr. Nicholas Harshorn was an old friend of Courtney Love and her ex-husband, James Moreland. During the late 80s, Harshorn was in the business of promoting punk rock groups. Dr. Harshorn meets Courtney and her then husband, James Moreland, in 1988. He actually tries to promote Courtney's first husband, but her first husband has no talent and he goes nowhere. Harshorn, realizing that he's never going to make any money doing what he's doing because he's no good at it, finishes school, becomes a doctor. Dr. Harshorn, 2 months later, does the autopsy of Kristen Pfaff. To her death, he attributes accidental overdose. Shortly after Kristen Pfaff's autopsy, he quits his job in a major city where he inevitably would have been promoted to chief medical examiner instead of assistant. And job is the wrong word. This is a very prestigious, prominent, well-respected position in a major city. King County, Seattle, takes a job in a small town in Florida, claiming that he moved because he had fell in love with a dentist there. Whoever that dentist was, nobody knows. Harshorn never moved in with a lady in Florida. The lady never materialized, but that was the explanation that he gave his friends and colleagues in Seattle, that he had fallen in love with a dentist, an optometrist, in a small town in Florida. He was moving. You literally cannot get any further away from Seattle than Florida. He never speaks about the Cobain case or the Kristen Pfaff case ever again. In fact, one of the friends that he made in Florida said that he did not find out that Dr. Harshorn did Cobain's autopsy until after he died in 2002. Harshorn dies of a base jumping accident, which in itself was quite mysterious. Dr. Harshorn, Nicholas, had successfully jumped 501 times until ultimately he jumped to his death in 2002. Friends he made in Florida didn't even know that he was a Seattle medical examiner.
Pause.
Now that we've talked about
where did he jump? In Seattle?
Someplace in Florida, but I don't give much credence to this. And he's basically following
I find
it's
that
interesting though.
Yeah, I find it very interesting because he's done it 51 times. Is that what he said, or 500?
501, and 502 was the unlucky number.
Yeah.
But like we were talking about parachuting and shit,
Yeah.
and the guy that I knew died. He filmed. He was like doing it all the time because like he was working all day long. Like every time he like touched ground, he got back on an airplane and was filming someone else doing their parachuting, and it got him in the end. If you do it enough, you're gonna get got.
Yeah.
Base jumping is not, that's what that is, right? That's like somebody like jumping off of a freaking cliff.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. There's a place at the lake where I live called the Cliffs, and there's a swing, like a rope swing, where you jump off of the big main cliff into the lake, and like it's this whole debate within yourself when you get up there. Like, is that water even deep enough? Like, what the hell? So I decided I'm going to jump without the swing because I have a fear that the swing is going to not swing out far enough, or it's going to swing back and, I'm not going to let go of it or whatever.
Yeah.
So I wanted to be in more control. So I just like run and jump. But the rock.
No, that's cliff jumping. What base jumping is, what base jumping is, right?
Yeah, I'm saying my whole point is I will be doing no more of that. I can check that off my list because I thought I had jumped out enough, and I was like, okay, I'm in control. I'm not on the swing. I've jumped out
Right.
enough, whatever. But then I felt like this really like super like, cool feeling on the side, and I had cut all down my side because there was rocks down in the water that you couldn't see. So it looked
Right.
like you were going to clear everything. You were fine, but down in the water there was still some sticking out, and so it like cut. I had a like two piece like a bikini on, so it cut down my side. It
That's
hurts
crazy.
so freaking bad.
Oh yeah, and you don't like even realize it at the time of the like
No.
the shock value of it until you like really realize it. I mean, you could actually like kind of like go about your business on that
Yeah.
kind of like immediate shit and freaking and like not even know until like it's like, oh my god, you're like, you know, your guts are like spilling out.
See,
You
it
know?
threw me so deep. I mean, I went deep, deep. So by the time I got up to the top, I had been, you know, like feeling something, but wasn't like really sure what. And in the water, you're not going to see it. You know, it's not like crystal clear water at all. It's gross water. And so it took me getting out and being like, what's wrong with me? Oh my God. And then everybody like just going crazy and like, you should have got on the swing and whatever. I didn't do it again. Check. But no one do that. No one, just either get on the swing or don't do it at all.
Right. Yeah. That's crazy. But I
And I
mean,
was-
in this story, I just feel like it was coincidence that you know Courtney wasn't thinking that far ahead of like or this whole story. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
that
they're not
guy-
thinking like
that
you know
guy
what I'm saying?
wasn't
It's like
that
impossible.
important.
That's like an impossible tangent to think about. You know?
To me,
So
he wasn't that important to think about, or else this is a big ass spider web, and she had somebody to take care of the little people that weren't
right. This is almost like just kind of a distraction here. I mean,
Yeah.
he was the understudy to the actual medical examiner. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I mean, that's yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's like freaking. But the weird thing is, I think what he's going to get into, like one of these little tangents, is that after the fact, after Kurt was in there, you know, there were stories about like that people went in there were like taking pictures with his corpse and shit.
Well,
but I mean,
think about how
he had a
long
Nirvana
they had
poster
so
of
much
Kurt Cobain
time.
in the mortuary thing or in the examining room.
Oh, yeah. But I thought you were talking about all those days that they had all that time, you know, up in that greenhouse. They could have done all kinds of shit. But yeah, I can
No, like
totally-
after they got the
Yeah.
body,
I
there's
can-
stories about people going in there, maybe with this guy's little you know, invitation. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this could be true. Is that he was, you know, I don't know. There, he
Well,
could
you know
have
how
like.
I told you about my ex working at a funeral home, and they would get in the little things and jump out and try to scare their boss and all this crap. I don't know if I told
Mhm.
you or not. Anyway, they scared their boss really bad, and he had a heart attack. And anyway, it was a whole big thing. They all they had to do was just not be idiots and sit with the bodies at night, but they were going to be idiots. So anyway, I would assume it would be something to that equivalent, like some young, you know, Nirvana fans busting up in there trying to grab what they can, you know?
Yeah, or just like, you know, for like a gruesome, you know, like what some people, you know what I'm saying? Like they like dig.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
You know,
unfortunately, my kid was
creepy
on here
shit.
telling you all about how she finds it fascinating and she
Blood
wants
and
to
guts. Yeah, the realer the better.
Yep.
But a weird tangent here, like, you know, when I was on Gypsy and we were like having that discussion about John Bonet got brought up, right?
Yeah.
Just like totally off topic here, but you know, there's a story. I mean, it's true that that the mortician or whatever, you know, having to deal with the John Bonet, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is like he's like notorious for taking pictures of corpses, and he's gay. You know, it's like freaking that's not really, but I mean, it's not like it was like some kind of like
Not a sexual thing necessarily.
Right. And
But
he
kind
ended
of
up, the
weird.
guy that ended up processing John Bonet ended up going to John Bonet's house and like started burning the house down.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So that's
Wow.
like, you know,
Like-
it's there. It's real.
Just out of the blue.
I know, out of the blue. I mean, because, you know, we were talking about like kind of mortician-y type people being weird, you know, it just really like set me off with that happened. All right, I'm ready.
Yeah, and I told you before, it also doesn't have anything to do with it, but Natalie Holloway's mom and John Bodet's dad dated. They hooked up. I thought that was very interesting. Like her daughter, they're both of their daughters, like this a big unsolved mystery, which I'm glad she got her closure. But anyway, okay.
Courtney's connections to the medical examiner. Let me point out a couple of other things, and then we'll talk about her connections with the Seattle Police Department. In Nirvana series number 11, we left off with Courtney Love reading the note. One thing you may have not noticed from that MTV broadcast is during the time Courtney is reading the note, MTV posts the dialogue on the screen for everyone to see. There comes a point in the note where the dialogue in the actual real note says, "I have it good, very good," present tense. But on the screen, the dialogue, while Courtney reads the note, says, "I had it good," past tense. Now, I don't think that I need to explain the implications of this and the mindset that Kurt must have been in while he was writing the note, in which many experts have determined it was a resignation letter to his fans. We can also talk about the last few lines, the very disputed lines. However, let's say, for example, he did write it. How can we explain this away? Well, over the last few weeks, Courtney had been hounding Kurt to do Lollapalooza, and everybody around them, their management, their friends, close personal, involved people in Kurt and Courtney's lives were saying that Courtney kept saying, "You need to do Lollapalooza for Frances. For her. It's a lot of money, Kurt. Do it for Frances. Even if you don't want to do it for Frances." Now, Kurt knew how much Courtney loved her image, how much Courtney wanted to be a rock star, how much she wanted to be a mainstream success, a famous person. He could have been saying, "I'm quitting and I'm leaving, but you do it, Courtney. Keep going for Frances. Keep plugging away at your music career. You're doing great. You're going to do better. You can be successful without me. You don't need me to do it. Do it for Frances. Even though we are divorcing, I'll be at your altar. I'll always be there for you. We have a child together. You can always count on me. You can always count on me, but I'm getting the hell out of the music industry. Good luck." Guys and gals, I have decided that there will be yet more Nirvana series videos. I had a 47-minute long video that was going to end the series, and I got copyright blocked. There were clips in it. Several had Courtney Love. This is something that's never happened to me before. Typically, whoever owns the copyright will accept the ad revenue.
So did you already know?
The video to be viewed. For whatever reason, when I uploaded Nirvana number 12, the ending, it was completely blocked. Completely blocked. So I had to take certain clips out of it that I believe probably belong to Courtney Love. And I know that it's just me because these clips are on other channels and they're not copyright blocked on other channels. Call me crazy, but I'm pretty damn sure that my channel's been flagged by a certain somebody. So I have to work with clips that are not owned by anyone in that camp. I hope that makes sense to you. Besides that, people were telling me that they would enjoy a couple more episodes anyway. So I thought when this happened earlier, it was actually yesterday on the 4th, it's about 3:30 in the morning. I literally stayed up all night to rework the video, take out the clips, do something totally different because I promised everybody there'd be a video on the anniversary of Kurt's death. I hope you guys don't mind the inconvenience. There will be 1 or 2 more videos popping up very soon. Don't forget to subscribe. Leave me a like if you learned something new, or maybe just because you liked the damn video. I'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Yeah, I just looked and it's like 13, 15, 17, or no, wait, 13, 15, 6, there is 16, 17.
And so now that actually tells us what happened there.
That's
where
what I
it
was
went
saying. Did you really know, or did you, since you
No,
watched
it was just instinct, that I've heard this, what he's saying, but I didn't actually imprint it. But now we see that jump where it seemed like it was going a certain way, and then jump to the drummer stuff, right? and it still works as just information gathering,
Yeah.
But yeah,
I
so
think
now
it's
he's saying
funny.
I have now taken that video that got struck, I've reconstructed it, and here we go.
Well, and here we go, is he's got another number, you know what I'm saying? So I
Yeah.
don't know.
So like imagine you're a creator, right? And you have your time frame, but then it gets struck and taken down. So now that breaks the pattern, and now he's from where he just left off, he's now taking what was missing there and is now building it on the end of that. That's what we're going to listen to right now.
Hard. Yeah. It would be hard for me to remember what the hell. I would just have to probably scratch it, but he's already on episode 12. So
we're doing it though. We're actually putting it in order somewhat.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I mean, like anyone that would try to do this on their own, believe me, it's laborious.
Yeah, it's not something I even would normally do. I would pick out some of the ones with titles that,
Right.
I honestly
the most viewed or whatever, but we're doing it like totally the way it should be done, So I mean, it's actually claps to you for like kicking it with me and doing this. But I mean, this is, anyone that like watches the part 1 and part 2 is getting this in series here.
Yep. All of the details except
everything that his whole like, all the effort, all the, that's a lot. What he's doing, imagine trying to do it. Like just his takes, his opinions on, talking about like the era, what's going on, who that era is, that kind of like thought. And, I mean, that's some shit. You have to like respect it.
What do you think about him though? Do you think he's trying to put a teaser out there that he knows someone in Kurt's camp. But
you're talking about this package. I don't know anything other than what you've told me. But I just
no. He just now said there might be somebody from another camp that's watching my page.
He's talking about Courtney.
Yeah, I know. Like he really wants to put out this. I have a close in with the other.
I think what he's saying is, I'm being watched.
Yeah, but
this is the way I see it. This is where I believe it. I haven't seen a lot of creators doing what he's doing ever. Right? I mean, I might be missing something, but I imagine as these are coming out week after week after week, guaranteed Courtney's looking at this shit. Her camp is looking at this shit, and they're going, "Man, he's like maybe 2 on the money." You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's the way I perceive it. I would, if I was her, and when these were coming out, and it was like going boom, boom, boom with like you're talking about what's happening here is like he's using the audio that isn't supposed to be like, you can't take it to court, but he's putting that audio in sync with his theories and shit. Yeah. And facts, things that are actually happening. And you're also getting actual sound bites of Courtney and the investigator. And dude, I'm telling you, when you think about it, okay, well, she hires the actual electrician that goes there and discovers the body. All of these things, when you really think about it, wow, very incriminating. Like in the court of like a public opinion, she has lost.
How does he have that? And
have what?
These sound bites.
The audio tapes?
Yeah.
It was given out by the investigator. And that guy wanted his information out there. He knew it couldn't be used in court, like to like take like actually put her in jail, but it is public information. And he was also the guy that put out the coroner's report, the one that we like got like actually like the PDF like dropped like last month. That was from him, from his hands to the internet.
Yeah, and whatever's in this is supposed to be like more, like the whole package, like death certificate, coroner's report, autopsy, like it's supposed to be like the total package in this camera.
And now, what date can you see like on your thing right now? What date this is of this video?
Hang on.
Like not the date, but I mean, how many years ago it was?
4 years ago.
4 years ago, and he was saying, I'm going to have like he said in this video, which is like I think kind of resonant with what you were saying about that you said you're going to release this on the anniversary. That's what these people are referring to. You said it right here that this is going to happen on his anniversary. Where is it? And that's exactly where this box and shit you're talking about, I think, is like, well, you said you would have this done by then, and it hasn't happened. Now you got this box. Oh, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I think this actually, that little end right there was actually really pertinent to a lot of the criticism that he's getting.
I mean, he's, I don't know. I think he has to keep some, like I said, some clickbaity top something going on to keep people, like you said. It's not easy to go through all of this. It wasn't easy for him to make it, no, but it also isn't an real easy follow either.
Oh, wait till we do the the daughter ones. That's like a whole nother bag.
So I don't know. It was really weird that he put this out a day ago. And before that, it had been like a while before he had posted on this community tab. But
yeah, well, this is also kind of like the Kurt Cobain anniversary, kind of thing. And if I was involved with the Cobains, right? Yeah. I would probably, I would imagine that the Cobains are looking at him going, "You're like the most closest guy on the money type shit that's happening right now. Here's something for you. Let you want to have an end to your story. Here's something. Maybe. Get me?
I don't know. For funds, just read the comments. If nothing else, you'll laugh. These people put in some real effort with their thesaurus to come up with these major eloquent words to tell him what a dick he is. I mean, it's crazy.
Yeah.
People went this.
Well, he's got how many subs? Hold on, wait, before you go, wait.
What?
How many subs does he have?
Fifth. I think him and Jimmy are close. 54.7K.
All right, so he's got 54,000 subs. That's a lot of people just like that are invested in it, whether they're good or bad. Either way they look at it, whether they're doing it for, whatever. You're talking about like when you were telling me how many messages there were on that little, which you didn't do a video. It was like a
community post.
A community post, like you do, like, hey, 500 subs, thank you, right?
Yeah. So
he's like saying this happened. I'm like showing it to you. I'm not doing a video. I'm not like trying to like get clicks and views on this. He's not getting any monetization for a post like that, right? It's just basically going, this happened, and whatever. But you have out of all the subs he has. Oh wait, hold on. At that moment when you said that, you said that he only had 73 or 75 comments.
Yeah.
Do you find that kind of weird? If you have that many subs and that much attention and you have 70 some odd people commenting, shouldn't that be more like thousands?
I mean,
and what's cool about the comments is that you can see the likes and dislikes on every single one of them, right?
But
I'd be curious how many likes like certain people get and how many I don't know, you can't see the dislikes, but who gets the most likes out of all those comments? I think that's also would be an interesting thing to look at.
Yeah, now there's 235 likes and 115 comments.
There you go. It's growing. So let's look at it like in a week and see if it's like maybe like 5,000.
Yeah, the very first one just says, "I don't know, man, you're kind of losing my trust."
Well, I can say anything I want. I could like go on your whatever and just be like, you're an idiot. You know what I mean? But that's just
there's
me.
So much. There's literally so many in here. I think the guy's probably like, fuck you. Especially if he has an in with the family.
Well, what's going to happen? It's truth or false. He's really about facts. So, he could probably get like whoever sent it to him an interview. So, it's like a wait and see, baby.
Oh, wait, here's something else really weird that he posted. Just check out his community page sometime, because it looks like the last couple of months he's had some, I don't know, some interesting posts.
Yeah, but I mean,
before
think about
that,
it. We're looking at videos 5 years ago. You know what I'm saying?
I was going to say before that, it's 2 years before he's made a post. So it
Yeah.
goes from 2 years to a month to 5 days to yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
So,
I'm kind of like at that burning the candle at both ends at the moment. So I'm like, I really want to like get it done. But I mean, another thing is like we're doing 5 years ago type shit right now.
There's no way to finish this.
The daughter thing, right, is actually more closer to us now. So like when he does the series on the daughter, that is closer to now, and it's like that's a never ending until like Courtney's gone, or the daughter's gone. That story is going to continue, and that story is crazy, like freaking like Hollywood crazy twists and turns and avenues.
I would love that, and probably don't know anything about that. You said you learned all new stuff there, right?
Oh yeah, big time. No, that's all about Courtney and her influence and what she can do and what's happening. Oh yeah, crazy shit.
Didn't we watch a couple of those?
I felt like we did, but I mean, I don't know. I feel like we did, but I don't feel like it's on tape. I don't know. I don't know. I know I have. I don't know if you have.
Yeah, I think I just watched a couple of them, but I don't know why I would just be sitting here watching them and like not saying anything to you.
Right. No, I remember like we were kind of like, we did discuss it. Maybe it was part of it because you remember like we were talking about like that Svengali type guy that was doing maybe it was just like talking about it that actually is what's happening here is like your memory of it was just us talking.
Well, it may be you said like go look at the page, look at all this guy has, and you were just telling me about it, and maybe I didn't go into too much detail. I'm just aware of it.
I know I just talked with you about this because we were talking about the Britney Spears guy.
Yeah, you just said you got caught in a deep, deep rabbit hole, and that you'd been all over this page, learning all new stuff pretty much, and you already knew quite a bit.
So I don't know. Do you remember like because I kind of do feel like we were like in the same realm when it came to them breaking into the husband's house of the daughter.
Yeah.
And like holding him hostage.
Yeah, that's so fucked up. But like, well, I don't know.
So now, do you think that was just a discussion, or do you remember hearing that? Him talking about it?
I remember you talking about it.
Okay. Well, let's play. That's just soon to come. Or if anyone wants to like jump ahead, go to this guy's page and there's a 5-part series that's about growing up, and what's her name? What's the daughter's name again?
Frances Bean Cobain.
There you go. It's like growing up Frances Bean Cobain, and it is basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you can watch them in series, and it is. I can't imagine like if you're into this one, if you're into this, I can't imagine you going anywhere else and having anything as entertaining when it comes to how she grew up and where she's at that point. Definitely it's intriguing as hell.
Yeah, just go to that. Even though this is a specific article, that dude's channel. American Spy Fox, and there's all kinds of stuff, everything, not even just Nirvana,
and
but
particularly it would be growing up Frances Bean Cobain. Yeah, that's it. That particularly, you start with 1 and go through 5, and you'll trip the hell out. You'll have a whole new perspective on, who Courtney is through her daughter's eyes.
Yep. Damn, I can't believe there's this many of them, and then now we're gonna see like bigger gaps. Unfortunately, it looks like when it.
Oh, that's cool, D. She's saying I'm gonna like his videos. Yeah, dude. I mean, support is everything, and I think that much respect to all the work he did. I mean, I dig him. No matter what the future holds, this is great content. And bow down because we're using it here just to enlighten you guys. And this is really a shout out to his channel. And he has much more content than Nirvana itself. And I'm sure they're all awesome. So, if you want to like go and look at deep dives with the same mentality, then you got him. You know what I'm saying? Go and find your band, and he's probably talking about it.
Yeah, I'm looking right now to see because I lost my place, and I'm like, dang, there's all kinds of stuff. There's, Marilyn Manson stuff. Apparently he did several live chats back in the day.
I never watched one of those.
Yeah, it looks like it's been a while since he did it, but it says he had 17 live chats. I don't know. See if there's Cornell Staley. I mean, just all that stuff. But there's everything. I just got to find where the hell I was at.
And I just like you.
Do we want to go ahead, or do we want to wait?
I just want to say that any creator ever, a lot of times people are just like, well, it's like it's free. Well, nothing in life is free. Freaking hit those likes, and that's how you make people want to do it more. You know what I mean? Be a supporter. Subscribe. Not only to him, but Mermaid. Let's go.
Yeah. Okay.
So you found your spot?
I did. Do you want to go? Is my question.
Yeah, let's go.
There's a lot of these, Dave, and I really
let's kill this one.
Overdo it for you. Like, I don't want you to get like.
No, it's good. It's good. The more we talk, the tireder I get. So let's do it.
I know.
So we'll just kill this one video, and then we'll go from there on next time.
Okay, cool. I just don't want to, like I said, don't want to overkill. All right.
Right on.
I hate this commercial, but it must be done.
And I'm buzzing on coffee right now, so I'm like,
Spy Fox, this is Nirvana series number 14. Now, you may notice that my voice sounds a bit different. I am in a new YouTube space, and all the soundproofing isn't up yet. The background isn't up yet. I expect that to be fixed by the next video. It's been a little while since I put one out, so I wanted to get one done for you guys. In the last episode, Nirvana Series 13, we talked about Courtney Love's relationship with Dr. Nicholas Hartshorn, the Assistant King County Chief Medical Examiner. His abrupt relocation to a small town in Florida after the death of Kristen Pfaff, and his abrupt and mysterious death in 2002. We also talked about Detective Chisinski of the Seattle Police Department, who headed the so-called reinvestigation of the death of Kurt Cobain. Before we get started, I want to give a big shout out to my dude, Shane Clement. I also want to give a shout out to Murray.
Pause it.
And two people.
While he's doing shout outs that don't really matter. I don't know if it's how you're holding the phone, but there's like crackling and a little bit of like breaking up. So maybe if you held it a little better, maybe it would fix it.
Let me try.
Right.
Was it okay before this?
Well, the other ones have been okay. I mean, there's been periodic, like little kind of like choppiness and shit. But I think that maybe it's the way you're holding your phone.
Okay, I'm gonna see
if
this is different.
And it's perfect timing because he's like doing these shout outs. So this is like
it loud?
Window. No, it's perfect. Just like it just wasn't. It was breaking up weird.
Okay, we'll try. We'll see.
So.
Anthony Moran and Anthony Burge, thank all of you so much for supporting the channel. Thank you for watching and continuing to give those positive comments. I really appreciate it. Here we are 26 years later, and old Nirvana fans and new Nirvana fans are still wondering why the Seattle Police Department did not take this investigation seriously. Why did they come to such a quick conclusion?
I'm here at the King County Medical Examiner's office in Seattle, where the body of Nirvana's Kurt Cobain is being autopsied. Cobain apparently took his own life by putting a shotgun in his mouth and pulling the trigger. His body was identified through fingerprints, and results of the autopsy may be released as early as Monday.
April 8, 1994. The day Kurt dies, Tabitha Zorn from MTV is standing in front of King County Medical Examiner's office telling us that he committed suicide. She literally just told us that the autopsy hasn't been released. It hasn't even been conducted yet. Yet she's already come to the conclusion that he committed suicide. It is not proper protocol for a police department to release a statement such as this before the autopsy has been released. And in the last episode, we talked about how Courtney was friends with the same guy who's standing behind that door Tabitha Zorn's standing at, supposedly doing an autopsy. Only one reason comes to my mind why an entire police department would come to such a conclusion before an investigation has been conducted, and that is if they were conditioned to believe that he was suicidal. Immediately following the Rome incident, in which Kurt has overdosed off alcohol, Rohypnol, and Valium and spends 20 hours in a coma, Courtney Love has an interview with Select Magazine, and this is what she says. I woke up at 6 in the morning or something. I reached for him, and he had blood coming out of his nose. It was almost a John Bonham. I know it sounds glib, but I really thought he was dead. Before I get to the main point I want to make about this interview, here's a picture of Courtney and some video showing up at the hospital, not with the ambulance, didn't ride with the ambulance, with her husband, takes a car to the hospital. Notice her makeup. Notice she's wearing a very formal black dress, almost like a dress you would wear to a funeral. You're telling me that you woke up at 6 in the morning to find your husband dead, and you took the time to comb your hair, put makeup on, find a nice formal black dress that looks like you would be in mourning, and then go to the hospital? Wouldn't you be in pajamas? Wouldn't you just throw on anything you had and rush as quickly as possible? If you think I'm overreacting about this very formal black dress she's wearing, let me explain to you how thoughtful Courtney Love was when it came to her fashion, when it came to what she wore. This is from the infamous Lynn Hirschberg article in Vanity Fair, Strange Love. Kat Jelen, which was Courtney's best friend at one time and bandmate and Sugar Baby Doll. Kat went on to make a band called Babes in Toyland. Kat has stolen a lot from me, she says, hitting on one of her favorite themes: dresses, lyrics, riffs, guitars, shoes. She even went after Kurt. That was the last straw, because I put up with the lyric stealing, and I put up with her going to England first in a dress that I loaned her. Now I can't wear those fucking dresses in England anymore. This is a woman that is so concerned with the pictures that will be taken of her, paparazzi. And back then, the British tabloids actually really liked Courtney for some reason. People in Europe loved Courtney at this period of time. This is a person, a woman who is so obsessed with her own image that she won't wear a dress in an entire country because someone she knew wore it in that country. That's how much thought she puts into what she wears publicly. Or you think I'm over exaggerating? Let me give you some more.
They loved me because I could talk my way backstage, but I wanted to get back there to see why somebody like Sammy Hagar, who's like short and wears red leather, is a rock star and I'm not. One of my things I've always said is that a proper rock star starts at least one hairstyle in their career. At least one. Do you know what I mean? Like, doesn't matter what kind of music it is. And at least one fashion trend. I wore a lot of lingerie, like 90s, because I just frankly was lazy and I liked the way the 90s looked. And I didn't want to change into clothes. They were also cheap. But once I found a dress that I liked, I would wear it until it could stand up by itself. It was so filthy. You know, own what you are.
In case you didn't catch that last bit, she said you own what you are. This is a woman who puts image above all other else. While talking about Sammy Hagar, it has nothing to do with the music in her mind. She wants to know how this short man can wear red leather and still be a rock star. For many years, Kat Jelen was Courtney Love's best friend, and in a Rolling Stone article, she describes Courtney as caring more about image than truth. She tells us that Courtney explains, if you create an image, people will come to their own conclusion about you without you ever having to tell them anything about you. I believe that Courtney Love began creating an image of Kurt Cobain being suicidal in her interview with Select Magazine right after the Rome incident. And how does she do this? By saying he's not suicidal. Quote, Courtney Love, he was just upset that he was in some awful place and I was away enjoying myself shopping. It was not a suicide thing. Here's the thing. Nobody asked if it was a suicide thing. No one asked her if it was suicide. In fact, everyone just thought it was a rock star who partied too hard. These things have happened before. Kurt just partied too hard and he went too far. That's what people assumed. So by saying, well, it wasn't suicide, Courtney's planting a little seed. Wait. Suicide? What? Yeah, sure. Anyone who paid attention to Kurt knows that he said, oh, sometimes my stomach hurts so bad I feel like I just want to die. As a migraine sufferer, I've had times where my head has hurt so bad I've thought, man, somebody just put a bullet in my skull and get it over with. But you don't really want that to happen. This is the first time that Courtney starts to plant seeds about suicide. And she will continue to do this up until his death and even past his death. The next incident of Courtney Love planting the suicide seed is going to come March 18th. I have open in my browser 3 different articles. This one, The Downward Spiral, in which we've been talking about since Nirvana series number 1. Courtney Love, Life Without Kurt, also written in 94. And then Courtney Love and the Seattle Cops, written in 99, April 16th, 1999 by WorldNet Daily. They investigated Courtney Love's relationship with the Seattle Cops. This is a very old website. They've been around since 97. Now, having said that, where did Rolling Stone, and this is just a point I would like to make, Rolling Stone titled this Kurt Cobain's Downward Spiral. They got it from Courtney Love. She kept calling the last few months of his life the Downward Spiral. You know what else comes out in 1994? March 8th, 1994, to be precise, Trent Reznor's album, 9 Inch Nails, The Downward Spiral. In 2 of these 3 articles, written in 94, Courtney even talks extensively about Trent Reznor. She was obsessed with him in 94. It should come to no shock to you that she copied from him. Courtney is a sponge. She does not have her own image. She does not have her own personality. She does not have her own brains. She sees other people's genius and she takes it from them. She is a star sucker, as Trent Reznor called her, or a fame sponge, a parasite, as Dave Grohl portrayed her in the video, I'll Stick Around. We talked about the March 18th domestic dispute in which Courtney summons the Seattle Police Department to the home, stating that she fears for her husband's life and he's locked himself in a closet with a .38 caliber. We talked about that in the very first episode. This is the second suicide seed that she plants. And this time, it's going to reach people who will inevitably be a part of his so-called death investigation. On March 18th, the detectives will not be summoned to the home. It will be regular patrol cops. But do you think that they're not going to go back to the Seattle Police Department and talk about the rock star that they just talked to? Do you think that that's not going to get to the top of the food chain at the Seattle Police Department? We were just at Kurt Cobain's house. His wife said he was going to kill himself with a .38 caliber. That's going to be the talk of the Seattle PD. Now, I'm only mentioning this part because a lot of people didn't believe me that Kurt hung out in a closet. You have to understand that a big house such as the Lake Washington house, the closets would have been huge. Kurt grew up in a small home. He would have been more comfortable in smaller rooms. And in fact, this closet is where he wrote most of In Utero, including songs for Courtney Love. Heart-Shaped Box was written in a closet after Courtney asked him to create a riff for one of her own songs. Cobain was playing guitar inside a walk-in closet when Love asked him to write a riff. He did that in 5 minutes, she told Rolling Stone. Knock, knock, knock. What? Do you need that riff? Fuck you, slam. Though Cobain kept this riff for himself, the lyrics are an ode to love. The chorus comes from a line he once wrote to her in a note. I'm eternally grateful for your priceless opinions and advice. I am not worthy enough to be in the presence of you. Now, I believe Heart-Shaped Box was written in 2 different mindsets. 1, in appreciation of his wife. 2, after he discovered that she was like cancer. But this is going to tell you, number 1, Kurt did write songs in a closet, and the March 18th incident in which he supposedly locked himself in a room with a .38 caliber, he locked himself in a closet to get away from Courtney and her violence. 2 is to share with you the fact that he did in fact write songs for Courtney, and she did admit one time One time, she admitted to Rolling Stone that she had asked him to write songs for her, at least to write riffs for her. Now, of course, and later she says, I did it all myself. Kurt never helped me, blah, blah, blah. Now, if she's going to ask him once, do you think she's not going to ask him twice? Also, in case you're curious about her slamming the door and saying F you, she explains that to Kurt Loder in an interview. She was upset that Kurt was so talented that it only take him 5, 10, 15 minutes to come up with an amazing riff. And this upset her that she herself was not that talented. Jealousy. March 18th, 94 is the second seed. The Seattle PD now believe that this guy is possibly suicidal. He's doing a lot of drugs, and he's off his rocker, and he's suicidal, and he's got guns. The missing persons report reported by Courtney in Wendy O'Connor's name on April 4th, 94 is the third suicide seed. And this time, Courtney is way more upfront and brazen about it. She doesn't say, I fear for his life, he's doing too many drugs. This time, only one day before his death, she says he's suicidal. He's going to kill himself. He's got a gun. Have you ever asked yourself how Courtney knew Kurt got a shotgun? They were not on speaking terms. Staff members from Exodus say that Kurt refused all phone calls from Courtney during the time he was there. Courtney left for LA days before Kurt did. Kurt and Dylan bought the shotgun at Stan's Baker shop on the 30th. You ever ask yourself how she even found out that he bought a shotgun? Because he wasn't talking to her. That must mean Dylan Carlson talked to Courtney, and he's the one that told her. At some point in between March 30th and April 4th, Dylan Carlson and Courtney Love are on the phone to each other. Now, you may ask yourself, as I did, how could she get away with this? How could she say openly while he's still alive that he's suicidal to people when he's not, and get away with it without him being like, why are you telling people I'm suicidal? Are you up to something? You know? Well, she doesn't say you're suicidal, he's suicidal. She says, I fear for your safety. And I believe that when Kurt was alive, she was saying, you're doing too many drugs. I'm afraid you're going to die. We've had friends who've died from heroin. You know that these things happen. If you're doing all these drugs, then you must have a death wish. I think that's how Courtney passed it off to Kurt while he was still alive. Being this motherly, nurturing, I'm concerned for you. You have to be depressed if you're doing this many drugs. You have to have a death wish if you're doing this many drugs. And she's very careful to speak about it in that way while he's still alive. The first time where she actually says he has a gun and he's going to kill himself is one day before he's dead. Even Danny Goldberg, Nirvana's manager, is assisting them in talking to professional counselors and therapists to get Kurt into a drug rehabilitation program. No one mentions suicide to these professional counselors. When Kurt goes into Exodus, he says he's not suicidal. The only time that anyone ever says he's going to kill himself is one day before he ends up dead. Every other time it was, you're going to OD and kill yourself, not you're going to blow your brains out. So by the time Kurt's body's found, Seattle Police Chief Norm Stamper, Detective Donald Cameron, Detective Jim Yoshida and his partner Steve Kirkland, First Responding Officer John Fisk, by the time they get there, they've already been manipulated and conditioned to believe that this man was an erratic, neurotic mess who wanted to kill himself. I found a very old website, been around since 97. In 1999, they did an investigation not only into Courtney Love's relationship with some detectives at the Seattle PD, but the conditioning and manipulation that was going on. By the time the Seattle PD investigated his death on April 8th, they were already convinced Cobain committed suicide. One Seattle policeman, this guy chose to remain anonymous, probably because he wanted to keep his job. One Seattle policeman told Ian Halperin and Max Wallace, authors of Who Killed Kurt Cobain, that when Sergeant Donald Cameron ordered the homicide unit to investigate Cobain's death, he told them that the investigation was just for show and not to be too thorough. apparently they followed orders. Detective Donald Cameron. He seems to be the top dog. He's bossing other people around, saying, don't worry about this, it's all for show. So I wanted to know who this guy was. I wanted to get into his background and try to understand, perhaps, why he would tell the other detectives to back off and not really do their jobs. Turns out Donald Cameron was a detective with the Seattle PD for 39 years. He was very, very well respected. He had friends who became judges, prosecutors. Even the defense attorneys who worked with him said that they respected him. But right at the end of his career, right when he's about to retire, a conspiracy to cover up evidence of a crime pops up, and Detective Don Cameron is right in the middle of it. Now, ain't that a son of a... For 26 years, the Seattle Police Department has been calling people like you and I conspiracy theorists, and their lead sergeant
Now,
detective
ain't that a son of a bitch?
investigating the Kurt Cobain death scene is forced to resign for conspiracy to cover up evidence.
All right, that's it on that one.
That's it, baby.
All right, that was 13. Yep, that was 13. So we've done 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 6 of them.
Yeah, crazy shit, right?
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot.
like, not just like the information. I'm just talking about like that we've actually pulled this shit off.
Well, but we didn't even start this part till way late. We spent how long talking about just everything, everybody coming and going, live singing, all of that.
Yeah.
Like if we
And
would
like, you know, it's
done.
actually perfect that we didn't like, it's crazy that we did this because we just like finished 2 big ass lives.
Yeah.
And this is the 3rd live, like in a row with little breaks, you know, in order to start a new one.
Yeah.
So yeah, and the title's right. It's like you don't have to change this one, but you definitely have to change the last one. You know, make that. You know what was the title? I had an idea.
I don't.
Oh, like what would you do? What would you do? Question mark or something like that, right? That's what that last one should be. But you know, definitely figure out a way to change that really quick because it is kind of like a, I don't know, clickbait.
Oh, wait, which one? My daughter, the which one?
The one just before this has the same exact title.
Oh, okay, yeah. So
and that last one, you know what it was happening there. So I mean, like, you know, I think what would you do, you know, because it is kind of like you're kind of like newbie to being the creator when those kind of things come up, which a lot of creators and a lot of people have been around and have seen stuff like that, you know?
Yeah. And then the last, wait, because we have 3. So this one's okay. The one before that is what would you do or whatever. And then what about the one before that?
Yeah, I think that title's fine. It's just that last one that needs to be like changed pretty quick so that people just don't like go there and like feel like, you know, they're getting like chump changed, you know? You want to have your titles represent what's happening there.
Yeah.
Well, Mermaid, it's been really fun. And anyone that's been sticking around, like Deeds, super committed and great comments. I love how, you know, you're really on the ball with your, you know, attention. So,
and Kylie, you're out there somewhere. I know you're listening. And
yeah, Kylie too.
Katie, so many people that came by today that are just awesome.
In all lives, new people, great. You know, I think it's awesome.
Yeah, Gypsy come by Dazed. I feel horrible. I just now noticed I missed Dazed because I'm on here doing my thing. I missed it.
You know, Dazed was part of that last live that you're going to change the title to. You know, she was a big part of that at the beginning.
Yeah. Yep, she sure was.
So, dude, a lot of interesting stuff that happened really fast. So I'm really kind of proud of us.
Yeah, and I would tag people in that, but I don't know if that's what anybody necessarily wants to be tagged in because I don't know.
Right. Yeah, nah. You know, I would actually almost like
because
not
there's
even
a
like
lot of there were several people there that, you know, have channels or whatever, but I kind of like I was talking about hiding it earlier. I'm very conflicted because I don't want anybody, you know, to feel hurt or whatever, but it's a lot. It's a long ass, you know, one to just kind of completely I don't know.
Yeah, no, I mean it's just it's just part of your history now.
And
So
actually,
hey, Deeds, hold on. Deeds is saying she's taking off, and she's saying what a great live it was. So I mean, she called it excellent live, which is like great props, and
Thank you.
Yeah,
it's not all me. A lot of it's Dave bringing in the peeps here.
I don't know what you're talking about.
He's famous.
Nope, not at all. I don't know what you're talking about. It's all you, baby. Bow down. You're doing a great job. I think that it's inspiring. You should probably go to, when you hit the pillow, kind of reflect on, where you're at and where you're going. So everybody, awesome. Have a good one. Peace.
Bye. All right. I don't know if you're still here, Deets, or if you've already exited the building, but again, thank you if you still are. And anyone else listening, I know there's some people either listening or left their televisions or computers or whatever going, and thank you. That's awesome. Thank you to everybody, whether it was good or bad or indifferent. Thank you for being here for such a long ass time. And I don't know, there's more to come. When, I don't know, set your little notification bell because it could be any time, to be honest. And like, subscribe, share, tell your friends all about it. Like, the more the merrier. The chat was moving. It was kind of cool to look up and see. There's questions, there's comments, I don't know. This is new for me. So keep it up, y'all. Anyway, till next time. Bye.